All right. Our first presenter today, mostly our presenters are alumni from Team Malaysia 2023. So Nuanding has been in Team Malaysia for the last 3 years. She's going to be so embarrassed by this introduction. Semi-finalist and two-time quarterfinalist of Worlds. So they'll be presenting the introduction to the WSDC format, things relating to Team Malaysia selections. If you would like to hear more of their take on it, feel free to ask more questions throughout the course of this seminar. So type it in the chat box or use the raise hand function. I'm gonna pass it on to Nuan to start us off.
Hey, hi everyone. I'm going to assume that everyone here is a Team Malaysia hopeful or you're going to be applying for Team Malaysia. So we're going to be looking at WSDC mostly because that is the format of the selections and the format of the competition. So let me see if I can. Okay, next slide. Yeah, the overview, basically what we're going to cover in today's session is firstly debating WSDC, because obviously WSDC is a different format from Asian parliamentary, British parliamentary, all of the above. Second session will be prepping training for WSDC competitions, and then lastly, more specifically on Team Malaysia selections. I won't be doing all of them, but you can ask me questions about any of the three parts anytime throughout my part of this presentation. So let's start with the uniqueness of WSDC, because it is quite a unique format with a bunch of its own quirks and traits. So what's unique to the WSDC format? Half of the preliminary rounds are prepared motions. And by prepared motions, we mean the motions are released like almost a month or 2 months prior to the competition. And you have to prepare, you basically write all the speeches, do all the research beforehand. Secondly, 5 people will prep together for 1 hour, but only 3 people will speak, which means that there'll be 2 non-speaking members. And those 2 non-speaking members can't interact with the 3 speaking members when the debate has started. So they can't nod at them, they can't pass any notes, they can't make any contact with them. But about the speaking positions, even though a normal 3-on-3 debate, i.e. Asian parliamentary, lasts for 7 minutes with 4-minute replies, the WSDC format is a bit different because the speeches are 8 minutes long with also 4-minute replies. So pretty much the same thing, you just get an extra minute to speak with. Thirdly, you can't refer to any matter files, debate notes, or anything else. So if you go to an AP or BP tournament, usually if you print out fact sheets or you have printed old scores, you can use all of those notes. But with WSDC, you can't even use notes from the last round, for instance. So in every single prep time, you have to go into the round with nothing but empty sheets of paper. And that's the only thing you can use in prep. The only exception, of course, is the prepared rounds, where you can only bring in the prep material that you've prepared beforehand. Again, needs to be physical and printed out and all of that. Fourthly, all debates are presumed to be in a global context unless stated by the motion, which means there can be very obvious rebuttals made in the round, i.e. you cannot make this argument because this only applies to, let's say, 2 countries. So even if, for instance, in BP, you can say this country is more important, that doesn't necessarily work for WSDC because the debate must assume that it takes place in as many countries as possible or the average across global context. So it's not just purely about where this debate is most relevant then. And lastly, there's a strong emphasis on style, i.e. rhetoric, i.e. principles, i.e. emotions, and compelling kinds of like speaking styles. So even though in certain competitions, if you speak really fast and say lots of material, you will probably get very high speaks and get through many rounds. In WSDC, it's less about how much you can say but rather on how good the things you are saying are, and also how you're able to convince the judges. So a lot of feedback you get in WSDC can be you're speaking too fast or you're not making yourself clear enough, because clarity, style, presentation are all quite important in WSDC as a format. Let's talk about prep motions first, I think, because this is quite a unique thing that only WSDC does. I think it's because WSDC as a format prides itself on its educational value. So they kind of want people to go away, do their research, learn things, instead of just showing up, saying some arguments, and calling it a day. So for prep motions, research is crucial because the entire point of the prep motion is for you to know a lot about the subject. Which means that you need to evidently be very skilled and knowledgeable about the thing you're talking about. You want to sound credible. To sound credible, you need to have evidence. And sometimes in debates, we can lie or make up facts, just even though they sound like convincing, you can say them, but not in prep motions, because in prep motions, the other team will also have done their research. The judges will also have seen the motions 2-3 months in advance. They have done their reading, they know information, which means all arguments need to be made on facts. Secondly, you need to envision the whole debate. So again, it's not just about prepping your clashes. You need to be prepping, for instance, what they might say, deadlock breakers. For instance, you have an argument, you can decide opposition might say this rebuttal. You need a rebuttal to the rebuttal. You need weighings for other people's rebuttals and things like that. And you also need, for instance, how to combat certain facts. If in doing your research, you know that there are certain pieces of information that could be silver bullets for your case, you need to find ways to guard against all of that. And that is just envisioning the whole debate. But in spite of that, you still have to evolve from it. So a good portion of the time, your opponents will not have the same case that you prep because they've been poring over these cases for like 3 to 4 months, and they definitely won't have the same brains as you. So you have to evolve. You can't stick to the script. Not a lot, but a few national teams tend to treat prep motions like impromptu rounds. So they get an hour before like the round, and then they do a prep like in their hotel rooms or whatever, instead of actually prepping it for months beforehand, because they think they require adaptability or whatever. In Team Malaysia, we don't do that. We actually prep the motions in very great detail. That means we have a lot of facts, but the only downfall to that then is we end up making too many factual statements and not enough argumentative statements. So when you have a prep motion, you need a good balance of evidence, of adaptability, of argumentation. So a lot of things, and that's why prep motions take such a very, very long time. Next, the 5-person prep synergy. So about 5-person prep. This is different probably from AP or BP because in AP, 3 people prep and that's just 3 people. So there's lesser conflict to be had. Even on the surface, if you think, oh, 5 people prep is great because obviously 5 brains are better than 3. There can be quite a difficulty in overcoming these kinds of 5 people prep, as you can see. So the greatest issue probably is going to be conflict resolution, because if you have 5 strong debaters and 5 strong personalities in a single team, you will all have different perspectives on what is the most important in the debate, how you want to phrase certain arguments, which examples you think are more relevant to this debate. So how you're able to resolve the conflicts often can make or break whether or not you win the debate, i.e. you can have a voting system wherein if 5 people are arguing, the majority vote wins. The only problem with that, for instance, is that people may be angry when their things are not taken for granted or when their ideas are being passed on. For instance, you could also have a prep leader, somebody you default to when everybody is fighting. It could be the team captain where you just say, you make the decision right now, whichever decision you make, you will respect it. Because even if you have an hour of prep, the time actually goes by really fast. And if you end up fighting with people for the entire hour, there will be no case and there will be no arguments. A lot of people say that a debate is won in prep time, and that is more important in WSDC prep because there's so many people and there's so much time. So the judges assume and have the expectation that you have a good solid the moment you start speaking. That's also with regards to time management then. You cannot be like you cannot be lax with the time, even if there's a whole hour. So you set milestones according to the time and prep also for the other side. So this could be if you're on proposition by 15 minutes, we need to have the setup done and we need to have the headings for 2 arguments at least. By 30 minutes, we need to have finished the first argument. By the last 15 minutes, we are starting to preempt what the other side might say and things like that. So of course, it can be more flexible based on the round, but just having an outline means that you're less likely to forget what you're doing and just keep going and waste all of your time. But what else can you do in 5 people prep? So prep roles are very important then, because you have prep roles, you're going to be disciplined, you're going to follow time, and you're going to have a proper division of labor. So for instance, there are people in prep whose role is to come up with a setup wherein they make caveats so that the opposition can't run certain cases. Or there are people whose role in prep is to make the third argument, to make the first argument, to make the principal argument. And it's all about what you do best as an individual. So if you're very good at rhetoric, you might end up being the one that makes the principal argument every single round. But that just means you're going to be most effective for your team in that aspect. Dividing and conquer means you don't go and interrupt somebody else's thing. So we trust you to make the principal argument. You can leave the political argument else. Even if you have some ideas, you just have to trust that your teammate can accomplish it and your teammate knows best. And that is how you get through 5-person prep. You have 1 hour and that's honestly not a lot of time. Okay, what is the next thing? Yes, no external resources. So with regards to WSDC, you only go into every single round with a blank sheet of paper. So you can't use any external resources, no matter files, no information. So it does not mean that building a matter file is useless. On the contrary, it means that you need to compile even more and consume even more. So it just means you need to have the facts ready in your mind. And most people really do have that, because WSDC debaters, I guess they read a lot. So you don't have to remember everything, but you need to have the key examples for opposing sides, and you need to make sure that those examples are also believable. So for instance, if you're doing research and there are some things that are objectively true, but you know that they would not support any arguments, those are irrelevant. You want things that are going to be convincing, that support your argument, and they're also easy for you to say. So for instance, doing more research, doing more matter files, and all of that still applies. The next tip under resources is to have discipline and all of that. So principles, economics, all of these motions that everybody hates, you can start by listing down all of the areas and topics that you're weak at and divide them across the team. So maybe this doesn't fully apply if you're just doing for selections, because you are going to be competing as an individual. But if you compete as a 5-man team going to WSDC, then you have to work as a team to cover all your weak spots. So for instance, one person is an economics student, so they will focus on economics as part of their research, and somebody else does something else. So we don't have to be experts at everything, but when we go into a round and we see, oh, this is a sports motion, we know exactly who to turn to, because we are completing like the amount of information that each person needs to have. So everybody devotes themselves to their research, and then hopefully when it comes to the round, they will be able to present it. Oh yes, a quick hack here is watching high-level debates and stealing their matter. Yeah, so a lot of WSDC rounds, I think for instance, the WSDC 2016 finals, the examples of the war in Mogadishu and things like that, a lot of the examples you can just lift off of the debates, because not only are the examples relevant and niche, but they also are much more simplified within the debates. So you don't have to go through the time of synthesizing the information, because it's already there and ready for you. But of course, I think like you still have to fact check things just in case people are straight up lying. Okay, next part, the global context. Okay, the global context needs to assume that our policy can occur in any context across the world unless the motion specifies the exact content. So for instance, one of these rounds would be in AWSDC, one of the semifinals was purely about NATO. Then of course, this debate is only about NATO and the countries relevant to NATO. And if you want to argue in other contexts, or you want to cut context out of the debate, you need to have a convincing reason to argue why the debate can never occur, i.e. that neither team can manifest any outcomes, or that, for instance, in a debate about politics, you won't be able to set it in an autocratic state because there's no democracy anyways, things like that. So this doesn't mean that you can't make context-specific arguments, but you should argue a multiplicity of contexts. So with the first two arguments, we usually like to have general arguments that can apply to anything, principles, pragmatics that would apply in every country, and then maybe a third extension could be about developing nations. One argument needs to tackle one context, the other another context. So even if one context doesn't apply, the other still stands. So basically, you want to cover all your bases with WSDC, because the judges kind of expect you to do a lot, cover lots of ground with the 8 minutes that you do have. And WSDC style. This is one of the most important things in WSDC, I think, because when it comes to scoring for WSDC, style is actually very important. So what is style not? Style is not accents. It's not the pitch of your voice. It's not like what kinds of cue cards you use. And it's also not about jargon. So structural reason, epistemic access, all of those fancy debater words that normal people don't use. So style isn't supposed to be discriminatory, i.e. you can't change your accent, you can't change your pitch. And for instance, A4 paper, it really doesn't matter. But what style is are things that the average individual and the average debater can control. How good are you at communicating your point? How good are you at choosing the appropriate words, making eye contact, your body movement, hand gestures, voice projection, and all of the above. You have control, articulation, and the speed of your voice. So you often get comments, you're speaking too fast, or you're swallowing up your words, you're not enunciating enough, you're too monotonous. All of these things contribute to style. So you need to have a variety in delivery and as well as humor. So humor might be hard to achieve, but if you achieve it successfully, the judges vibe on your level, and then they end up more likely to give you the win. So with regards to style, the way we prep for this during prep time is to make sentences which sound nice or have good vocabulary that we want to end up using in the round. This is most important for opening lines, closing lines, and the header of arguments, wherein instead of saying I have two arguments, the first one is the principal and the second is the practical, we need to make some nice sounding arguments to package the argument as a whole so that the judges remember the punchy opening line, remember the punchy arguments, and therefore they have more impact. So it's about presentation, not just about the facts that you write down. So style counts for 40% of the scoring system. So with WSDC, they kind of split the speaker scores into categories. So style, content, and strategy. Unlike for BP, for instance, when it's like purely content and strategy are kind of one and the same. For style, when is style credited? So style is credited to the extent that it adds value or diminishes value to the persuasiveness of a speech. So for example, if a piece of substantive analysis is well analyzed, but the speaker style didn't really make a difference. So whether or not they spoke less well or more fluently, the analysis would still remain equally as persuasive, then the style is average and the content is above average, in which case you'd probably have a decent speaker score, but not a very groundbreaking or excellent one. So if a piece of substantive analysis itself is not very well analyzed and unpersuasive, but the speaker style in rhetorically weighing the importance of a claim was successful, then the style is above average and the content is below average. But even then, the rhetoric may be enough to make the argument stick in the round and can give you the win or give you high speaks nonetheless. So perhaps some examples of this would be a lot of the English as first language teams where they make a lot of very sweeping statements, but because of their style, they're often very convincing and they're very memorable. You can remember their arguments at the very end of the debate because of the very influential style that they use on you. And lastly, the best kinds of style that we want to have, or the best speeches that we aspire to have, is good analysis that is substantively well analyzed. And as well as that, the speaker style adds persuasiveness to it. So both style and content are above average, and that is ideally where we want to be when it comes to presentation. So sometimes we can find ourselves losing one or the other. So for instance, if you focus too much on the rhetorical power of the arguments that you're making, you might end up just saying words and saying principles that don't actually explain anything, and you lose out on that. Or if you're too much focused on the substantive analysis, you end up speaking too fast, cramming too much in your speech, and therefore you don't have convincing amounts of style. So with WSDC, they're both equally important. You can't overlook any for the other, basically. So yeah, powerful rhetoric is pretty much credited to style. So that means emotionally evocative words that leave an impact in the judges' minds. That means good opening lines. Again, the WSDC 2016 finals had a very good opening line in the PM. I like that speech. Secondly, you practice employing illustrations in order to create a mental image that will allow the rhetoric to resonate with the judge. So this means like grounding the analysis in the real world, giving real examples of when this has happened, or even if it's not real, just painting a picture of just imagine this happening to this individual and making sure the judges can imagine all of these happening. That just makes it more convincing. Rhetorical questions should make it clear that the alternative world is unlivable with, and it should be very obvious the outcome of the rhetorical question, making sure that the only clear moral outcome is siding with your team. If you're just asking questions to the judges and it's open-ended, and you're not making it clear that the right answer is to side with proposition or your side, then there's no point in using rhetorical questions. Again, all forms of rhetoric and style need to be used strategically. So you need to spend time crafting memorable lines within your speech. And it's actually important to sit down, change the synonyms, make sure that the structure is not too wordy, not too long, so judges can remember them, and then deliver it with utmost conviction. It means making eye contact with the judges. It means speaking slowly, emphasizing certain words that you know are going to be important. It's a whole thing. So next, there are some examples of good rhetoric in past WSDC rounds. Not just WSDC rounds, but we also have examples from WUDC, politicians and things like that. For this one, this motion is the finals in 2020 between Sri Lanka and Canada, where the motion was between a low-paying job you're passionate about versus a high-paying job. This house would choose the job you are passionate about. So of course, this seems like a very low impact motion on face value, because if you're debating about war, politics, economics, people actually dying, choosing the jobs you care about seems to be low impact, especially for a finals. But the opening line for the speaker that we're about to play makes all of it a lot more impactful. So the lines are transcribed right there, but we're going to play with this works. Okay. Okay. I don't know if the sound works, but I hope it did. If it doesn't, there will be, you can see the slides anyway. And if not, you can just read the slides. So panel, the most heinous crime in human existence. That's a rhetorical thing, because obviously that's not the most heinous crime in human existence. It's probably genocide or something far worse, but it's about exaggerating things at a convincing level so that the judge buys it and the judge feels the emotional weight behind the argument. It's about making the judge believe that your arguments are important to the round and are relevant. And in order for that relevance, you need to have that heavy kind of rhetoric. So finally, the people we leave behind and reminisce the day that we choose to kill our own dreams because society told us so. Yeah, he probably prepped that for a good amount of time during and you should probably do the same for selections, for prep rounds, for prep competitions, whatever it is. Secondly, the very famous WUDC 2016 finals, the open finals. Oh, I realize I've been saying the wrong date. The WSDC finals I've been referencing is 2018, not 2016. Okay, so the prime minister for this WUDC finals, also a former WSDC champion when he represented Australia. So presumably most people have already seen this video, but it's this house believes that the world's poor are justified in pursuing a Marxist revolution.
Good. Which they kind
So yeah, that is a very powerful rhetoric, but the reason why it was so impactful, because he did end up winning the world's final, so good for him, is that because this is a principled motion. So this house believes that the world's poor are justified in pursuing a Marxist revolution, believes that justified, all of that just means that the principal rhetoric is more important, and so this adds more value to it. I'm going to try and share my screen one more time to see if the audio will work this time.
How are we going?
Michael Shapiro.
So yeah, that is the Prime Minister for the motion.
Madam Chair, the global poor, all around the world, and no matter what country in which they live, currently live in a system of dictatorship. They live under a dictatorship known as no alternatives, shackled by capital that's been unjustly acquired, constrained by landed gentry who have no incentives but to pursue their own interests, and chained by the fact that they can't do anything but to look at the question of their own subsistence. They're unable to reach out for the right to liberty and to self-determination that we think inheres in the human condition.
Hopefully you can hear that now. And if you did hear that, then the most important thing beyond the rhetoric and beyond the good vocabulary that he's using is the speed, the conviction, he's saying all of the words, all of that adds to rhetoric. So more than just words. And lastly, we have our favorite AOC. So it's not just about watching other people debate. There are politicians, activists, talk show hosts, just reading a lot, being exposed to a lot of media. There are people who all have very persuasive rhetoric. So let's watch AOC.
This is not an elitist issue. This is a quality of life issue. You want to tell people that their concern and their desire for clean air and clean water is elitist? Tell that to the kids in the South Bronx, which are suffering from the highest rates of childhood asthma in the country. Tell that to the families in Flint, whose kids have their blood is ascending in lead levels. Their brains are damaged for the rest of their lives. Call them elitist. You're telling them that those kids are trying to get on a plane to Davos? People are dying. They are dying. And the response across the other side of the aisle is to introduce an amendment 5 minutes before a hearing in a markup. This is serious. This should not be a partisan issue. This is about our constituents in all of our lives. Iowa, Nebraska, broad swaths of the Midwest are drowning right now, underwater. Farms, towns that will never be recovered and never come back. And we're here and people are more concerned about helping oil companies than helping their own families? I don't think so. I don't think so. This is about our lives.
That's AOC. So, sorry, what is Okay, so the thing that we talked about earlier, i.e. painting pictures and painting images in the judges, that is what AOC has been doing. So kids in the South Bronx, people with their brains damaged for life, the farms, the towns, people who are going to be lost forever, never recovered, talking about families, all of these persuasive personal rhetoric. All of that kind of imagery is exactly what sticks in the minds of judges, and AOC does it like really well. So listening to a lot of politicians is probably a good thing because their entire job is to be persuasive and is to have rhetoric. Examples here are prominent TV shows like Boston Legal and Newsroom that specialize in delivering persuasive rhetoric. You may start by copying somebody else's rhetoric, and then eventually, with enough time and practice, hopefully the words and the style should come to you quite naturally. So next is debating the WSDC format. Aside from timing differences, there are also different speaker names. So in order to sound more credible in a WSDC round, what is usually advised is you don't say Prime Minister, you don't say Deputy Leader of Opposition or things like that. Use first proposition, second proposition, third proposition, and etc. So as usual, only the first and second speakers can deliver the reply speech. It is going to be prop reply, op reply as usual, and you refer to the sides as proposition and opposition, not government and opposition, not affirmative and negative. It's prop and op, and that's generally how it goes. Okay, and next, the roles of the teams. So this can be pretty much an average debater's briefing, but there are certain things that are unique to the WSDC format. So for proposition and opposition, proposition needs to define the motion in a way that is fair to both teams. So if it is an unfair or uncharitable definition, that's called a squirrel, and the opposition bench calls it out, that makes your arguments unpersuasive because they don't exist within a reasonable world. So you're going to present the characterization of the status quo, using that characterization to advance constructive arguments in favor of your case, and where it is appropriate, identify what problem is and a present solution to the identified problems. So that just means making a problem statement, i.e. we are debating this motion because this is the status quo, and therefore the motion is going to be able to solve X, Y, Z problems in ABC ways. So that are the kinds of arguments we want to forward. For opposition, the general role of the team is obviously to firstly oppose the motion, but they want to be able to have positive arguments as well. So in some instances, it is very risky for you to build your entire case in opposition to whatever prop might say, because it's strategically risky. What if proposition doesn't run that model? What if they don't make that principal argument? You can't purely run a negative case. A negative case means you only rebut. You only say why proposition is wrong. You never say why you are right. In which case, in WSDC, they prioritize a lot the positive added value you're able to bring to the debate. So saying that the other side is wrong is not good enough. You need to say why they are wrong and why you are right. So in certain instances, there might be rebuttals that you give, towards the proposition arguments. And even if you can have, for instance, a convincing rebuttal but no strong arguments of your own, the win can most likely go to proposition, because who knows whether or not your rebuttals might be right, but there is absolutely no positive case that can be credited towards you. And that's exactly why you still need to have a counter model or still have substantive arguments and policies of your own, even on opposition. So with regards to speaker by speaker, talking about first speakers of proposition, they're supposed to define the motion in a charitable manner, have relevant burdens and metrics by which to evaluate the debate. This makes the debate a lot clearer, easier to adjudicate, can also add style points because of how clear you're able to make the debate from the start. I.e., by saying the team that proves we're able to improve the most number of lives in the most number of communities wins. And then you go on to prove exactly what you outlined in first. And that is how you win the debate from first, for instance. You're going to introduce an action plan, so a model. If teams choose to tackle emotion with one, and if they don't have a model, set up the context for the debate so opposition doesn't get away with saying any definition that they want. That means they have to develop constructive arguments, and that means flagging the case division between the three proposition speakers. That doesn't mean saying my first speaker will have two arguments, my second speaker will rebut, my third speaker will do weighing. The way people generally go about doing this is listing the two arguments that you are going to make in first proposition. First speaker should generally introduce at least two arguments, and also outlining, then in my second speech, we are going to talk about third argument instead. So all of these things should be outlined clearly from first. For first opposition, if necessary, you challenge the definition, and you also have to challenge the world in which proposition sets it up. So of course, proposition is going to set up a world which is going to be more advantageous for them. Not to say it is uncharitable, but the rhetoric that they use, the kinds of people that they consider in the motion, it's probably going to be advantageous to proposition. So what opposition can do is then clarify relevant burdens, i.e., this is not the burden to win the debate. The debate is also about these 10 other things, or that we prefer if we introduce this kind of more realistic definition of what the politics of America would look like at XYZ time. So that means introducing new stances, introducing new rebuttals and new arguments. They also have to bring their own constructive arguments, at least two constructive arguments. And again, as the first proposition, flag out the division of roles for the rest of the opposition case. So the division of time for first opposition can be quite tricky because you want to be able to balance negatively attacking the first proposition's case and also introducing your own positive arguments. So what most people end up doing is integrating the rebuttals, i.e. by saying that if I prove my constructive arguments, and therefore using framing, I prove my constructive arguments to be the most relevant in the debate, then it also implicitly takes down the proposition argument because even if they're not wrong, they're unimportant and we are still going to be more relevant and things like that. Second proposition and second opposition. Yeah, they pretty much do the same things, except one just has a little bit more time to prepare. Second prop deals with definitional challenges, if any, from first op and provides rebuttals. Even in second speakers, it's more advisable to do rebuttals in issue or clash-based kinds of rebuttals, as opposed to going down, your first argument was this, these are my rebuttals, your second argument is this, your third rebuttal was this, and going on that way. This is because a lot of the matter in first and second speakers often end up blending into each other. So making one rebuttal pretty much is the same thing as if you proved your argument, for instance. So combining all of these things saves you time and also makes it easier for you to, for instance, weigh things out, frame things better so the judges can clearly see where you are winning the debate and where opposition is losing. And lastly, you need to have a constructive argument. So the rules for Wsdc changed recently, which is that bringing new framing, new rebuttal, new analysis can also be counted as new material. But the traditional Wsdc judges all want second speakers to bring in new matter and new constructive arguments. So having spent a single minute on an argument is usually not enough in second speakers. They want you to spend more to positively develop your case as well. So yes, even if on paper the rules have changed, there are a lot of judges who still want you to explicitly flag out a good third argument. So you should keep that in mind if you are speaking at Wsdc. For second opposition, They provide rebuttals to second prop's extension and extend and develop any further constructive arguments. So for second opposition, it's probably a bit too late to have any definitional challenges. And if second opposition does bring up that kind of structural definitional challenge, third speakers can end up calling it out. That's too late. You've spent too much on your matter, on our definition, and etc. Which means definitional challenges should come from the first response speaker, either first opposition or second proposition. For third speakers, if they are able to have like a small substantive argument, it's only if first proposition brings it up, i.e. if first proposition explicitly says, my third speaker is going to talk about this thing. But we generally don't do that because there's enough time to develop the arguments in first and second speaker. And third speakers focus on rebuttals, on weighing, on viewing the debate, on helping the judges adjudicate, and etc. Weighing, framing, all of that traditional debate strategies. For reply speeches, the conventional definition for a reply speech, wherein there are no POIs allowed in the reply speech, is basically to provide a very biased adjudication of the round. So pretend you are a judge in the reply speech and overview the debate, but in a very biased way as to why your team wins. It means comparing both teams' contributions to the debate in a meta-debating way. So not just saying the argument is correct, but saying, for instance, we evolved our argument throughout the case. Opposition had one argument that they kept on repeating. Saying repeating an argument doesn't mean it's rebuttal. Or saying here are 5 things that opposition didn't rebut. And because they didn't rebut it, they still stand in the debate and they can still contribute towards our side's wins and things like that. No POIs in the reply speeches for 4 minutes. And it's pretty much like Asian parliamentary. Next, we are talking about the extension material in second speakers. So, okay, I think I skipped past the slide there. Yes, I did. So second speakers and new substantives. So like you mentioned, traditionally, the norm for second speakers was to have 1 or 2 unique, independent, and explicit arguments. So that just means you can't like extend on something a first speaker has said. Let's say first speaker talked about principle and then they talk about minorities. Extending on a different kind of minorities or extending on another kind of principle isn't exactly unique. They want you to have something completely different, or also known as an independent pathway to victory. So let's say your first 2 arguments completely fall. The second speaker's arguments are supposed to be strong enough to carry the debate even if everything else falls. But that's obviously a very high burden. And more recently, there's a trend at Wsdc that sees second speakers not having 1 to 2 unique arguments, but instead they engage in extensive weighing, framing, rebuttal action, and advanced stakeholder analysis. So that means you're also technically bringing new material. You're bringing new perspectives to the debate based on what has happened in the opening clash, but you're not explicitly bringing a new pathway to victory. So that's generally what we end up doing, even if we do try to have arguments in Team Malaysia. No approach in of itself is better than any other. So they're all just strategic choices to be made, but there are strategic contexts that could be relevant in choosing between, for instance, you have 8 minutes, right? And that's practically no time at all in any speech. So if you have to choose between making a rebuttal or adding a new argument, how do you choose which one to like sacrifice? So if the speech adds a new argument without addressing the most important rebuttals from the other side, it may not be strategic. It may be new, but it doesn't mean you will win the debate. So again, in the speeches, it's all about winning the debate. It's less about ticking the check boxes. I have 1 argument, I have 2 rebuttals, I have a piece of framing. It's about how everything contributes to winning the debate. So it's about assessing the debate holistically. If the speech adds new layers of analysis to an already proven argument that is not contested, it may be new, but it would not be strategic. So if you're already winning the principal clash, there's no need to like beat a dead horse, so to speak. You don't have to add more analysis. You spend more time contending in things that you might be losing at, for instance. If the speech adds no new arguments, but engages in important issues in the debate, it may not be new, but it would be strategic. So it means if opposition has no case at the end of your speech, as second proposition, you might not have added any positive value, but your first speaker's case still stands in its full entirety, which means that's a vast amount of material that the judges can credit towards your team. And because you've utterly destroyed the opposition case, then there's nothing that can be credited to opposition. So that would be strategic. And if it is necessary to pivot after the first response from the the opposing side, it might be strategic to add entirely new, unique, independent, explicit arguments. So it means even if you prep something during prep time and it becomes irrelevant the moment the first opposition starts speaking, you can't say the argument anymore. There's no point saying an argument for the sake of saying the argument. Everyone needs to contribute towards your win. So if the decision is made to forward a new argument, then that argument should be given enough time to be properly and fully analyzed. So a lot of comments that we got in WSDC rounds was that there was an argument, but there was so little time spent on it that it would be better serve the team if we just drop the argument altogether. So if let's say we spent like 50 seconds on a single argument that really doesn't do anything, then the 50 seconds could be better spent for better framing, for better rebuttal that would have completely taken down the opposition side. So it means if you waste 1 minute on an argument that doesn't have any impacts, that adds 0 to your case, that is something you don't want to bring up. So in the WSDC rulebook, the second speaker should introduce new material, new examples, new analysis, new logical links, more impacts, more or new kinds of weighing or framing, even if it is not a new argument. So the second speaker's speech should not be a mere repetition of the first speaker, which means that on top of new material, the evolution of the case is very important. You need to be saying new things that are directly responding towards the things you just heard from the other side. And even if they are good material, good is only like irrelevant or relative to what the opposition side has said. Everything needs to be a comparison. Okay, second speakers are done. And with that, third speakers. So new material, late material versus evolution. So WSDC can be quite strict with third speakers and new material. If you bring up new material in third opposition, for instance, and that wins you the debate, it doesn't necessarily mean that they will credit you for the material. They might give you high speaks, but your team can end up losing the debate anyways. So what do the rules say? The role of the third speaker is to respond to the other team's case. So the third speeches from either team may provide an entirely new, unique, independent, and explicit argument if and only if it was flagged in the first person's speech. But this is not a strategic thing we want to take. If you leave the strongest material to the third speaker, it shows poor prioritization, but it also means you don't actually get to engage in the meat of the debate. So opposition won't have the opportunity to respond, which means that adjudicators tend to be more lenient on them. So even if opposition never had a response to this very strong argument that came out in your third speaker's speech, perhaps it's not that relevant because these were things that the other side never had an opportunity to respond to. So new material is anything that has not been mentioned in the debate and cannot be traced to any analysis previously provided in the debate. So even if you're trying to bring in new material in third speakers and potentially also in the reply speeches, preferably try to use language that your previous speakers have already said. So adopting the language that they said, the analysis, saying like the same stakeholders that they mentioned and adding a little extra, usually you can slide those under the table. Just don't be too explicit about your new material. What other kinds of material can a third speaker bring? So responding can come in a variety of forms. Direct rebuttal, so immediately saying that the other argument that the other team has made is objectively wrong or is false. The conclusion is just wrong, period. Secondly, weighing. So weighing prioritizes the relative importance of arguments and impacts. Weighing assumes that the arguments can both be true. So we are both right, but when we are both right, who is going to be more important? And weighing is important mostly because in high-level rooms and high-level debates, no one is going to be explicitly wrong. No one is going to have the wrong direction or the wrong analysis or logical links. So if there's no explicitly wrong thing you can point out, the next best thing you can do is even if you are right, you still lose the debate. So that's saying you're less important, you're less likely to happen, you're less long-term, things like that, or you're less exclusive. Thirdly is indirect comments and analysis about an existing clash point. So providing new conclusions or impacts, which can be weighed against the conclusions reached by the other team. So you need to put your best case or your worst case against the other team's best case, making yourself look charitable, but also making it easier for the judges, i.e. by saying, even if opposition's best case is true, we still win because of XYZ reason. The judges want things to be made very clear for them. And if you're able to set things out in a very step-by-step like a strategic way, then the judges will probably see it and call it a day. More new material is, okay, new context or characterization analysis can technically be a response if you don't be too explicit about it. So if it broadens the understanding of existing conclusions, i.e. adding new examples, adding new incentives, but they all contribute to the same conclusion that your first and second speakers have pushed in their arguments, you can push it. It's just a response. So new examples just means new facts, better understandings. Maybe you're the only person on the team who understands all of the sport jargon, then you would bring that up in your third speaker's speech. So as long as any of the ideas can be clearly traced back to a development in the debate, i.e. you're picking up an earlier response or deepening on a given substantive following from the same analytical direction of existing material, then it's not considered as new material. So the best way is to just reference the exact things that your speaker has said, i.e. when this person said this thing, to make it more explicit to the judges, you can credit this because it's not new material. And lastly, for third speakers, with regards to late matter, even if a material is not new, it can be late. So the first prop brings up substantive analysis that only third opposition engages in and defeats the material. Technically, it's not new, but they had lots of time to bring up this rebuttal in the first two speakers, and the first two speakers could have easily responded to it earlier. So late material can be marked up in a few ways. I.e. if you're successful in responding, that just means that like the first two speakers are penalized, but that means poor prioritization across their teams means that you put like a lot of pressure on your third speakers to save the entire case, which, you know, we don't want to pressure the team or the judges, because that's very risky if you put the strategy in like the third speaker, where the judges might choose not to credit it, or they might not think it's enough. And if it's not enough, or if let's say you are third prop and you bring up the very best rebuttals and third opposition tells you why you are wrong, there's no more time for you to save your case. By prop reply, judges tend not to credit those things anymore. So epiphanies are great, but you should have them earlier, preferably in the first response speech, not the last. So the evolution of material refers to the progressive development of a piece of material down the bench. So I mentioned the word evolution a few times, but it just means that you use the same material, but the material needs to change in order to respond to the new aspects of the debate. So P1 makes the argument, P2 extends from the argument, but using that argument through a different lens to respond to an argument that opposition brings. And then P3 builds on P2's discussion of X and extends it with even if analysis as a way of extending new rebuttal or new perspectives to the debate. So this is very distinct from late material, because this material is consistently engaging throughout the debate. You're only building upon existing ideas and things that you've already mentioned. So yeah, this is allowed. TLDR on new material, late material, and evolution. New material is brought up in prep, not discussed in first and second, not flagged as an argument, and then brought up for the very first time in third. You will not be credited, you'll be penalized. Late material, brought up in first, dropped in second, brought back in third, bad prioritization, bad strategy, because there are certain judges who say, even if you brought it up, we are going to prioritize what's most important in the debate based on what the team spent most time on. And if you're not spending like your second speech talking about what's most important to the round, then the judges may not credit it. Evolution is exactly what every team should be endeavoring to do, bringing things up in first, extending in second in a responsive manner, and in third, responding in a most charitable, even if sort of manner. Okay, third speaker, winning from third. So what happens if a critical portion of the opposition rebuttal to the prop case is delivered by third speaker without any engagement from first and second speaker? Can ops still win? Theoretically, it is possible if the responses are exceedingly good, if they're the most thorough examples, and if the third opposition is miles better than any other speaker in this debate. But this is a very bad strategy, given that proposition A has ample opportunity to build their case. So 8 times 3, they've had 24 minutes to build a very extensive positive case. Therefore, opposition then has very little opportunity to respond. Oh no, this is an arguably bad strategy, yeah. So it's more likely given since opposition has only one speech. So you have 8 minutes and proposition has had 24 minutes. It's unlikely that third opposition can actually be thorough. And if they are thorough, they have to speak like at the speed of light. And judges either don't credit it or you have low style points for that. So not a good strategy. It's preferable to have strengths throughout the team. Reply speakers, new material at reply. So like you mentioned, the reply speech is a bias adjudication or summary from the debate. So good reply speeches don't just say the debate as it is, i.e. proposition set 2 arguments, opposition set 2 arguments. Reply speeches should contribute to the team's overall strategy and the approach in the debate in order to shape how the debate has evolved and panned out. So given the rule, the reply speaker must either be the first or second speech. The reply speaker then cannot explicitly bring any new material. They may, however, respond to an existing argument by raising a new example that illustrates the argument, but they can't introduce a new argument altogether. So the most strategic thing to do at reply is usually to make broad comments about the broad issue in the debate and making sure that they are all strategic comments that benefit your case, because you have 4 minutes and that's very little time to be arguing or competing over the very nitty-gritty details, because you're not going to win the debate on those details by that point in the debate. No new material, no new framing, no new contextual observations. But you can have new lenses, new framing. They have to be clearly derivative from the first 3 speakers. And even if late, they can be considered poor strategy. So even if technically they can be credited towards the early speeches, they need to be somewhat coherent. And even if they're if it is too distinct from what your earlier speakers have mentioned, judges have the tendency to discredit it altogether. But in high quality debates and in very competitive rooms, it's possible to win debates in reply, wherein when you look at the ballots at the end of the debate, you're pretty much equal until the reply speeches, and there's a 0.5 point difference between the rounds. So it depends on the debate and depends on how you bring in the new material or new weighing and new framing. But all of it then is just strategic considerations. If let's say you want to bring a very valuable new weighing, you need to say it in a way that doesn't sound too explicitly new, make it sound charitable, even if technically it might not be. So this again ties back to rhetoric and style and all of that presentation things. And lastly, talking about style, this is the marking scheme at WSDC. They're very interesting. They've got 3 categories for you to be judged on. Content, 40%, what you say in the debate. So i.e. if ChatGPT is judging. So I think this is what content and strategy, the 60%, is what most competitive debaters are used to. So why you say something, interpreting the motion, your definitions of the motion, are you charitable? Your allocation of time. You spend 2 minutes rebutting and 6 minutes on arguments when that wouldn't be strategic. Consistency just means, are you consistent throughout the bench? Is your first, second, and third speaker all saying the same things? Or are they contradicting one another? Are they helping, building off of one another? POIs, dealing with issues in the debate, and etc. For WSDC specifically, for POIs, having a good POI is very important, mostly because there are plus points and minus points you can get for giving a good POI or responding to a POI really well. So those are things that should be considered under strategy. For style, these are things we talked about earlier, how you say something. Again, it's not about accents, it's not about how you use your cards or use your notes, and not about things you can't control. It's about word choice, pace, volume, speed, presentation, all of the things that you can control. But of course, if let's say you're using a large A4 sheet of paper, the judges won't penalize you for that. But if you spend the entire time reading off of the paper, then that is bad style, because you're not making eye contact with the judges, you're not having expressive body language, and etc. So the 3 marking schemes are not discrete categories that are marked independently. It's more like the average intelligent voter is not independently convinced by a single thing. All 3 strategies need to work together to form a cohesive speech. So you must assume that the judge isn't some highly trained debater who will focus on extracting all of the strategy out of your speech, even if the style is horrendous. They need to assume that it is an average person sitting in the crowd, some guy you picked off the street. Anybody who might not have vast exposure to competitive debating should still be able to watch your speech and decide, yeah, this team wins the debate. So that is why WSDC can be slightly different. because it's about the average intelligent voter, because it's about having all of these three categories working cohesively to form the best speech that you can. And that is all for me for now. And I think we're going to have a little break before the next presenter comes to talk about the next part of these slides. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Noan.
Thanks.
We're going to take a short 5-minute break. But before that, we do have a question from the participants, which I can help in answering. The question reads, why must a potential third speaker argument be flagged in a first prop or op speech? So this is a relic of the past. It is a very quirky WSDC rule. In the past, we tried to game the system since late new matter from third will not be credited, but it's not considered new matter if it's flagged out and can be traced back to a prior speaker. So the way to overcome the no new matter rule was to just flag it out at least a couple of sentences in first, and that will then give the third speaker the power to kind of like have more leverages to insert more new material. But realistically, in present contemporary debating, we still consider that as bad strategy. It's still going to be considered very late material that's developed in third and therefore be credited less anyways, as was explained in the presentation. So while the quirky rule still exists, realistically, we don't utilize it because it's poor strategy. But because of that, if third speaker wants to bring in new matter, the first speaker will just flag it out first, and then it will no longer be considered new matter. Okay, I hope that clarifies things. If anyone has any additional questions, feel free to message myself or the WSDC account. The next presenter will be Arjun. Will begin at 3:02. So if you need a break, please be back here at 3:02 and we'll begin with the next section. Hi, everyone. Welcome back. We're going to proceed with the next part of the seminar. Can I just check that Arjun is here? Okay.
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, Arjun. Thank you for doing this. Arjun has just arrived in the UK, literally in the last 24 hours to begin the next part of his journey in LSE. Our former team captain, three-time returnee semifinalist of Worlds. I'm going to hand it over to Arjun to explain the rest of the debating briefing at WSCC. Another reminder, just like previously, if you have questions, you can just raise your hand and ask it, or you could write it down in chat, and I will pass the question down to Arjun. Okay, go ahead, Arjun.
Okay, thanks, Mai. Let me just share my screen really quickly. Okay, so just can I confirm, are my slides visible?
Not yeah. Okay, there you go. Now it works.
Okay. All right, then let's get started. So, WSCC, as Nanning previously mentioned, there are three main things: content, style, and strategy. So what content means when it comes to WSDC is pretty much what exactly you say in the debate. So it's realistically pretty much everything that is said in the debate, but more specifically, it looks at the material that each speaker has provided. And that doesn't only have to be like the arguments you give in first and second speaker, but it also covers things like any responses in terms of like rebuttals that you give to other speakers in the round, the contents of POIs, and even the responses to POIs. And what's important to note is that even if any material introduced is not explicitly said to be, okay, what I'm saying now is a response, material can implicitly be considered responsive, and it still should be credited from the perspective of a judge. The second thing content looks at is that pretty much it's an evaluation of the quality of the things that you're saying in terms of like how analytically rigorous it is, and whether or not there's a substantial use of things like examples or illustrations to make it more like understandable. So it can include the following, but take note, this is a non-exhaustive list. So there are lots more things that content could be evaluated on, but just the important things we're going to be including in this slide. So the first thing that judges primarily look at is, does the content you're using skip any logical steps? So in debate language, what this is called is it mechanized? Are you explaining the step-by-step process as to how exactly you're going to get the end outcome of that specific point you're making? Or for example, does the conclusion follow from the premises of that initial claim? And is the development of that material sufficient enough for you to reach that conclusion that judges find convincing? The second thing that content also looks at is the content well supported by a range of good quality examples or illustrations? And I would like to place an emphasis on good quality, because anyone can basically just put in a random example or illustration, but that alone is not necessarily enough to make your point convincing. So even when it comes to the selection of examples, you need to be really strategic in terms of what you're putting out, because sometimes, for instance, if you're talking about an argument as to why nuclear energy is bad, it's going to be quite odd if you give an example as to why, like, renewable energy is good, because that isn't necessarily showing why nuclear energy is bad. But besides that, also, sometimes in WSDC, you're also allowed to do things like give personal anecdotes or hypothetical fiction, because what you'll find interesting is that a lot of the time, you might not necessarily be debating things that are really grounded in reality. So as I'll cover later on, in some motions, perhaps you'll have to debate a fictional world, which doesn't currently exist in the world today, but you need to use your imagination to help the judge understand what is this new world that your side might necessarily be arguing. And you may have heard sometimes that, personal anecdotes aren't a good example of evidence because each person's personal experiences are different. But what you realize is that in terms of the style aspect of WSDC, when it comes to arguing very specific principles or very emotional things, the integration of personal like experiences can actually be really convincing because you're appealing to the pathos of a judge. And even though they might not share the same experiences as you, sometimes using that personal experience of your own can perhaps bridge an emotional connection. So it can be beneficial in some instances. The last thing here that content also is evaluated upon is, sorry, the second last thing is, do any rebuttals you give respond to a specific claim given? And as opposed to, completely straw manning it. So in case you don't know what straw manning is, straw manning, essentially, to keep it simple, is when you misrepresent the claim that the opponents are making. So sometimes it can be very tempting, if you don't know how to properly respond to the claim that they've given, to just, easily misrepresent it and do away with it. But in WSDC, they really value your integrity when it comes to actually responding to the proper claims made by the other side. And what you'll realize is that when you do things like strawman the other side's argument, that can be considered bad strategy, because you're not taking the opposition's case at their highest ground. Rather, you're just doing what's convenient for yourself, and judges typically don't look upon that very favorably. The last thing here that content is also evaluated upon is, does the rebuttal you give respond to the way that material has evolved throughout the debate, as opposed to the argument in its very infant stages of the round? Because what you'll realize is that debates are very dynamic. They're not stagnant. Well, they shouldn't be stagnant. And oftentimes it's very easy to just get sucked into the initial idea as to how that claim was represented. But what you realize is that material throughout the course of the debate evolves in terms of each speaker adding new explanations, prove the premises of that argument, or the other side has given quite killer responses and you need to evolve your argument to ensure that it's still standing at the end of the debate. What this means is that your responses can't be the same responses that your first speaker have given, because likely the second speakers have already introduced new material to, back up the claims of their initial first speaker, which means that if you're a second or third speaker in a round, you will have to typically change the responses you give, because otherwise it's not going to give you that upper edge in the round, because you're very reliant on the initial rebuttals that your first speaker gave. The last thing I'd like to highlight here is that good content is independent of good style and strategy. So that is to say, you don't necessarily need to have amazing style or strategy to produce good content. But what you realize is that actually, more often than not, if you do have a very good sense of strategy and style, it actually helps to boost your content, because you can have really good content, but if you present it in a terrible way, likely judges aren't going to credit to its fullest extent, maybe because they don't understand it, or they just, find you boring as a speaker, which means they're also likely to just find your arguments boring. So this really links back to the whole idea that WSDC is judged upon a trifecta of things, and in order to be a good WSD speaker, you should be, improving your skill sets in all three areas, because they're all interlinked essentially. Okay, next slide. Okay, now when it comes to style, so this has been quite a topic of discussion in recent years, something called EFL or ESL biases. So EFL stands for English as a foreign language, and ESL is English as a second language. In WSDC, nations and debaters are categorized by, their language status when it comes to English. So some countries, they're considered English as a native language because, either the debater's mother tongue is English, or they've grown up in an environment where English is the predominant language of communication. Malaysia, for example, is categorized as an ESL country because although many Malaysians are capable of speaking quite fluent English, the government schools don't have English as the primary medium of teaching, which means that we might suffer from some obstacles that people from, let's say, the United States or the United Kingdom might not necessarily have, because since young, they've been growing up in an environment where they can use English quite a lot. One thing that WSDC does stress is that everyone has a unique accent. And even though you might think, oh, I don't really have a distinguishable accent, you do. And what this means is that when it comes to the way we behave in rounds, we, just be a good person, right? So you shouldn't do things like make fun of another person's accent and say that, I couldn't understand their speech because, their accent is really, really weird. And that means I'm not going to respond to them because one, that's just being a bad sport. But two, that can also be pretty offensive because, it's a claim that really has no logical backing behind. Another thing that WSDC advises debaters against doing is you shouldn't like demean or like make very like embarrassing faces at speakers who are like struggling to find the words that they want to use in order to express themselves or explain their arguments, because like you should put yourself in the shoes of the other speaker for a moment. It can be quite stressful standing in front of a large crowd, trying to deliver an argument, especially considering this is a very like highly competitive environment. And what this means is that you should try as best as possible to not be disruptive to the person kindly speaking. So that not only is restricted to just, not speaking really loudly when another person is speaking, but like you also shouldn't make faces that, might like discourage the speaker even more or make them doubt themselves. And sometimes you can get penalized for that if it's pretty excessive. So my advice is just, don't make like faces just have like a resting face, a resting poker face. That would be good. Another thing is obviously, you shouldn't be laughing or making faces when, specific words are mispronounced, or if, the sentence structure or grammar is incorrect, because not everyone at WSDC has perfect English. But what is important to note is that WSDC isn't looking for perfect English. You'll realize that a lot of really good speakers occasionally have missteps in terms of, the way they structure their sentences, or, the way they pronounce a specific word. But that alone is insufficient to, like largely hold you back from doing well at WSDC. I might also like to point out here that accents aren't equivalent to like the way you articulate your words, the enunciation of it, or even the speed you can speak at. So for example, right, you could say that you couldn't follow like the pace of a specific speaker because they had poor enunciation. For example, they were dropping the end consonants of words, or they were slurring them. Or for example, they were speaking at an incredibly fast pace to the point where you can't really catch on to what they're saying without having to try really, really hard to listen to them. So it is possible for you to still not understand a speaker, but that isn't solely on the grounds of their accent, which is quite difficult to change. But the end conclusion from this is that you should just, exercise kindness, compassion, and empathy wherever possible. If you do so, you should be fine. And obviously check your biases. We all have them, but it's good to just be aware of them. Okay, strategy. So strategy is why you say something in the debate. A debate isn't just about throwing anything that comes in your mind and hoping that the judges will pick what is most convincing to them, because obviously judges have a limited capacity as to how long they can listen to you. And this is why it's incredibly important to select the things you're going to say in the round. The things you say in the round, because you want to ensure the judge takes away the most important things from your speech. So strategy, simply speaking, can be defined as the sum total of all the choices you make in the context of the debate. So this can deal with, your interpretation of the motion. Are your definitions, in line with the spirit of the motion? Or is the approach something that both sides can buy into? It's not overly beneficial to one side and overly punitive to the other. The second is, for example, time allocation. So are you allocating enough time to, let's say, your arguments, for example, in order to fully elaborate them and ground them in the debate to the point where the judge can buy them? Prioritization, no two arguments you'll find are equally important. And that's why it makes more sense to spend more time on the things that are definitely of higher importance and priority in the round. And obviously, the structure of your speech. Is your speech structured in a way where it flows well, it's cohesive, and it's very easy for a judge to listen to without them having to try too hard to understand what you're saying? It can also include, the correct identification of issues in the debate. So you realize that in every debate, there can be a single issue or multiple issues that form the core of the debate. But obviously, it's also, in some instances, teams might argue something that is just not what the debate is looking for. So oftentimes you'll realize that in those kinds of debates, people don't score really well because you aren't actually debating the debate. You're debating something else that you thought was the correct interpretation, but it obviously wasn't. Another thing is definitely consistency within and between speeches. So you don't want to say really contradictory things in the same speech, because that just makes you as a speaker look really confused about what you're saying. But another thing also is that you want to ensure that your speech doesn't seem very disjointed compared to your other two speakers, because that will obviously affect strategy in the sense that it gives off the impression that speakers on the same team aren't really on the same page as to what the general direction of your case should be, which is why it's good to discuss beforehand with your teammates, what is the general gist of our speeches going to be, just so that you can ensure that everyone is on the same page and that a single speech doesn't seem quite unrelated from the next, because that could like definitely be detrimental to your team's ability to like win the round. Another like more important thing I would say is POI action. So in WSDC, the recommendation is you take like, 2 to 3 POIs, but 1 to 2 is also acceptable. And obviously, judges will take into context of the round. So for example, if no POIs are given, like being offered by the other team, which means that you can't accept one to begin with, you obviously wouldn't be penalized for that. The other team would be penalized for it because they weren't giving enough POIs to the extent where a speaker can accept them. Strategy does not look at the response to a POI because that's covered under content, and it's not about the quality of the POIs because likewise, again, that is covered under content. A new thing that I would say has gained much more importance in recent years as WSDC is this idea about weighing. So what weighing is basically a comparison as to what things should be of highest priority in the round, because obviously each team will want to argue what is most important to them. But when it comes to comparing what each team is saying and whose team's claim is more important, that's where weighing comes in, because it's not enough for you to just give an argument and leave it to the judge to decide which they find more convincing. You need to do it for the judge to make it easier for them to come to a conclusion that is in the favor of your own team. Another thing that I would say is quite important in strategy is framing of the round. So what framing is, it's essentially like you're sort of helping to create the lens that the judge will view the debate from. Because obviously, like, you want to ensure that the judge's outlook of the debate is favorable for your team, and framing can help this. I don't really have an example at the top of my mind because framing can literally be anything, but oftentimes it's things that will help crystallize the debate and really let the judge understand what is going to be the general like case direction of your team. And the last thing is like, is the content relevant and germane to the debate? So note that this is not about the actual quality of the analysis you're given, but whether or not the analysis is actually relevant to the debate to begin with. So is whatever you're saying actually helping to prove the premises of their argument? Is it in line with what the motion is asking for? And if it isn't, this is what typically judges and debaters will brand off clash because it's not what the debate is looking for, and you're talking about some like thing that is like, going off on a tangent and isn't like necessarily like hitting the core of what the debate ought to be. Okay. Next slide. Okay, this is like a little bit more of a clarification on points of information. So this is a rule. POIs are only allowed between the 1st and 7th minute of the speech. So any time outside of this range is considered protected time, and you can't offer POIs during that time. But during the first 7th minute of every speech, except for the reply speeches, speakers at the other side can choose to offer a POI as long as you do not badger the speaker holding the floor. What badgering means is that when you continuously keep like standing up and offering POIs in a way that's disruptive to the person who is currently speaking, which is why, as a general rule, you should take a 15-minute pause between every time you offer a POI, just to ensure that you're not being extremely disruptive to the person who's currently speaking. What I also like to highlight here is that it's actually highly discouraged for speakers to declare that, you're only going to take a POI at a specific point in the speech, because that just shows that, you're not really willing to engage with the other team throughout any point of your speech. In fact, previous WSDC judges have also stated that, it's highly advisable to just not do this and just, like take a POI whenever it's like strategic to you. I think it is good to take a POI because sometimes you can actually catch on to what the other team will say really like early on and like deal with it quickly. I think if you don't take a POI, that's when it gets really bad because it's just showing that you don't want to engage with the other team. Just in terms of a simple note on etiquette, speakers should stand up when offering POIs. So I know if some of you have been to online competitions, maybe you've heard people say, oh, I prefer my POIs, verbally or in the chat. Now that WSDC has gone back to in-person, there's no POI preference. POIs are given by standing up and saying, POI. Obviously, there is an exception. You can offer a POI sitting down if you, for example, broke your leg or you have an injury that means that you can't physically stand up. But if you can, obviously, stand up and give a POI. Yeah, I mentioned this earlier before about how, unlike in online debating, there's no preference as to how you give POIs. As a general rule, once again, speakers offering POIs must complete your POIs within 15 seconds. So 15 seconds is the maximum time you're allocated to give your POI. And if you take longer than 15 seconds to do so, either the chair or the primary adjudicator of the round or the speaker who's accepting the POI has the discretion to ask the speaker to sit down. So I also highly advise against shutting down a person before their 15 seconds has been fully used, because that also isn't really considered good etiquette, because you're shutting down the person before they've maximized their allocated time to ask the POI. Also, I'd just like to remind you that you shouldn't heckle or barrack speakers when you're offering POIs. For example, having another speaker standing up immediately after a POI was rejected. So as a guide, just like a general guideline to follow, POI should be spaced out, and you should give at least, a 15 to 30-second gap between each time you offer a POI, just to ensure that, in terms of the way the judge perceives it, your team isn't being overly disruptive to the person who's currently speaking. Okay, when it comes to interpreting the motion, so a motion is basically defined as a topic to debate in the round. So it can be phrased in several ways, actually, and it usually starts with "this house." And you'll see this being abbreviated as TH whenever a motion slide comes out. So who this house is actually changes depending on the motion, and I'll cover the different motion types we have. But as a general guideline that you can go with, typically this house refers to the state, so the government in power, or it can be a group of neutral actors. For example, we as a collective. Sometimes in other cases, it can be a specific person, or in debate language, we call this an actor that is defined in the motion. So for example, this house as a school teacher. So this house is now a school teacher, so the actor is a school teacher. And what you will be arguing for is that this house believes that the US should ban fracking. In some debates, whenever the motion gets released, before that actually, information slides, or we call this info slides for short, they're actually provided to, perhaps bring some clarity and necessary knowledge for the purpose of the debate. So even if you might have specific knowledge that contradicts what the info slide says, for the purposes of the debate, you should just assume that any information is true on the info slide, and it should be treated as part of the motion by teams and judges. So whatever information comes out on the info slide, you treat that as the absolute truth, only within the realms of the specific round. In other rounds where there's no info slide, any facts that you give can be up for the debate, but obviously that's up to teams as to how they want to navigate that. Okay. When it comes to interpreting the motion, we broadly have two types of debates within the WSDC format. The first is what we call a value judgment or analysis or principle debates. So what these debates largely look at is a given statement true in the majority of cases. So what you're doing is you're assessing the truthfulness of that claim that is made in the motion. And in order for you to do that, it means that you have to oftentimes have a metric, a evaluative criteria, a benchmark or yardstick. You basically need a standard as to how you're going to evaluate the truthfulness, the moral truthfulness of that claim. This also means that oftentimes value judgment / principle debates aren't just 100% principle only. You can have discussions over the practical impacts of these principle considerations. So for example, in one of the rounds that I did in Asia WSDC this year, it was about I think it was a value judgment debate about whether or not like this house believes that, you know, doctors should have the right to like, you know, harvest organs from dead patients, even without the consent of their families. So you're there's a practical outcome that is like obviously suggested by the motion, but because the initial wording of the motion is this house believes that, that means you're assessing like, you know, the morality behind like, you know, whether it's good to have doctors like, you know, harvest the organs of like dead patients without their parents and without their family's consent and whatnot. So not every value judgment debate will have a practical outcome. But if there are such debates which do have a practical outcome, those should also be considered in the round, because you can't just like isolate a specific outcome just because the motion wording doesn't imply that there will be a practical outcome. The other kind of motion that I think you might have had more experience with is what we call policy or action debates. So what these kinds of debates look like are, for example, should action X be implemented as a matter of law? And you need to assume that, sorry, my hotel room is having alarm testing. I'll wait for the alarm to stop. Okay, sorry for that disruption. As I was saying, in a policy/action debate, you need to assume that whatever the motion is proposing is not the status quo. So what the status quo means, for those of you who might not know, is what does current society look like? And obviously there's no such thing as a global status quo, because each society, like each country's societies are different to varying extents. But what you need to assume is that the proposition team is going to be making some change to the world of today, you know, as a result of implementing this law or whatever policy that the motion is suggesting. And another thing that you need to assume is that proposition fiat exists. I'll explain what fiat is in a later slide, but what fiat can essentially be boiled down to is that the team has the capacity in order to, you know, do whatever the motion says, but whether or not passing that action will be good, that is up for debate. I'd like to also note that all debates are a variation of these two types, but you know, they can be worded in different ways, and each wording carries with it a specific kind of nuance. For example, are we looking at an actor motion or a non-actor motion? Also, one more thing to note is that models or policies are not mandatory, right? So it's up for a team to decide strategically if it's helpful for you to include a model in your speech or if it isn't. And obviously judges will also take this into a consideration when it comes to judging the rounds. So it doesn't mean that if you don't include a model in your speech, your team is destined to lose. Like, that's not how WSDC works, because it's judged on like, you know, holistic criteria. But in specific motions, for example, a policy motion, it's highly recommended that you do include a model, simply because it helps the judge understand, okay, how exactly is your team intending to pass the policy that, you know, the motion is suggesting, yeah, and whatnot. Okay, next slide. So the earlier slide mentioned something called proposition fiat. So I'm now going to explain what proposition fiat is exactly referring to. So essentially, proposition fiat is this idea that the action that's specified in the motion is assumed to be possible. So this can't be contested, right? So for example, if the motion was this house would ban smoking, proposition has the fiat to say that we are going to ban smoking. And the opposition team can't contest this and be like, no, you know, you're not going to be able to do that. But what proposition fiat also means is that it does not mean that the team has the capacity to argue a perfect implementation of the action that's, you know, specified in the motion. So if I were to use a motion to, you know, explain this, if the motion was, let's say this house would reserve 30% of seats in the parliament for LGBTQ plus candidates, what the motion assumes is that the reservation of seats is a policy that would pass in parliament. So you would have the policy. But what the motion does not allow teams to argue is that you can't just assume that the seats will be allocated in a way that would be beneficial towards the LGBTQ community. That is up for debate, because in no part of the motion does it say, you know, we're going to reserve seats in a way that is going to be helpful for LGBTQ candidates. It just says that we will reserve seats and that's it. Whatever else happens is up for the debate. And also, the motion does not the motion does not assume that there'll be zero backlash from like conservative sections of society. So, in any LGBTQ debate, for example, backlash is definitely a major argument that can be run, which is why, like, if you're arguing something as a proposition team, you can't just say that, everyone is going to be happy with the policy, it's going to be rainbows and unicorns and, like, call it a day. You need to be able to argue that the policy will be done well to some extent, especially since opposition is going to argue that it's going to be done terribly. Okay. Next, just a very brief comment on opposition strategy. So in WSDC, it's not mandatory for an opposition team to have a counter model or a counter proposition in the debate. Because essentially what the opposition team is doing is you're basically opposing whatever the proposition team is doing. But sometimes you may find it strategic for your team to have a counter model depending on the motion, right? So for example, if the opposition team chooses in a round to have a counter model, you have as much fiat as a proposition team. What this means is that your model must be mutually exclusive from the proposition model. So what mutually exclusive means is that only one team can do it in a round. And obviously you can't be arguing the same model as the proposition team, because that means that you're basically crossing the sides of the house and you're essentially arguing for what the proposition team is doing. Another thing that the counter model on opposition must have is that it cannot use more resources than the proposition team, because then that's breaking the debate. So essentially, if proposition was arguing for, like, they ban cigarettes, as the opposition team, you can't say that, okay, we won't ban cigarettes, but we will ban alcohol, because that, I think, will definitely use far more resources than banning like cigarettes, for example. So any model that an opposition team any model an opposition team may provide, it has to be within, like, realistic, like, limits, right? So you can't propose something that is overly exceeding the amount of political capital that the proposition team might use in order to argue the model. Alternatively, an opposition team can also choose to defend the status quo. So you can just say that society as it currently is actually pretty fine. We don't need to change it as what proposition side is doing. And in fact, if you argue that propositions change may actually harm society more than it benefits it, that is also another way that opposition teams can win a debate. But obviously, even if you don't necessarily need to have a counter model, you should still have a counterfactual or a world to compare whatever you are arguing to whatever the proposition team is arguing. In some motions, they may be explicit in terms of what the opposition team has to argue. So whether they have to set a model and, like, what kind of model it has to be. And typically you'll see these motions phrased in the form of, this house believes that X should do Y instead of Z. And, like, opposition, so the actor is X, and if you're in proposition, the actor do option Y, and in opposition, you must defend option Z. You can't do anything else because the motion has already stated what the other team has to defend in the round. Okay. Now, in terms of, like, what burdens teams might have in a round, when the motion is not worded as an absolute, so an absolute meaning, like, everyone has to do it. For example, this house would ban cosmetic surgery. What the proposition team, their burden in this round specifically, is, like, why it should be done, like, why it shouldn't be done generally. So why it should be done generally, but not beyond reasonable doubt. So you should say, like, in terms of, like, in a general sense, we should ban cosmetic surgery because it's bad. But proposition doesn't need to argue that, we're going to ban it in every single instance. The opposition team, on the other hand, should prove why, we shouldn't ban cosmetic surgery on a general, like, level, because there may be some instances in which cosmetic surgery is bad, and that can be true. But there can also be other instances in where, cosmetic surgery can be beneficial to some individuals. And it's these individuals who we should allow to access cosmetic surgery and not just ban it blanketly. Okay, when the motion alternatively is worded as an absolute, for example, this house believes that democracy is the best form of governance for all countries in the world, proposition needs to prove that in a significant majority of the cases, the statement is true. But obviously, they don't need to prove that in every single instance that is true, because that's just highly, highly unrealistic and pretty much impossible. And in terms of the opposition team, they need to prove why in a significant minority of the cases, democracy might not necessarily be the best system. But at the same time, opposition, you shouldn't make it too easy for yourself and just say that we only need to prove one instance where democracy is not the best form of governance, and that's what we need to do to win the debate. So you need to pick a reasonable burden that is achievable, but also fair, for you to win in the round. Okay. So now let's go to each the different kinds of motions that you may come across in WSDC. So this presentation includes 6, but there definitely can be a far, far wider range. But what you realize is that with these general 6, you can then have different kinds of variations for each one. So we have this house believes that, THBT, this house would, this house supports, this house opposes, this house regrets, this house prefers, and finally this house as X would do Y. So that's an actor motion. All right. The first type of motion we have is this house believes that, and you'll very frequently see it. Basically, the short form of it is THBT. So the first kind of variant you can have is a value judgment analysis or principle debate. This is what it's usually like. But I also like to note that under these kind of motions, it doesn't usually require you to do a setup, but it can be helpful if teams want to, use use a model or a setup to illustrate what you envision the new world to look like. So for example, this house believes that, parents should have access to their children's social media accounts. So the debate isn't talking or requiring teams to argue about how the world is going to change, but it's about evaluating, the validity behind that view, right? So for example, is it legitimate to allow parents to access their social media accounts? What this can also look like, for example, is this house believes that the war on drugs has failed. So it's not asking you factually whether it has failed, but whether or not in terms of on a balance, has the war failed or has it not failed? In some instances, a value judgment debate may require you to provide a metric or criteria. For example, what is considered more harm than good? So if the motion was this house believes that single-sex schools do more harm than good, that is the metric that each team is going to use in order to decide how they're going to win the round. So if your proposition has single-sex schools done more harm than good, and if your opposition, they haven't done more harm than good. Okay. The second kind of variation we can have under this house believes that motions are how sometimes it can be a policy debate when it's worded as this house believes that X should do Y, because the do part indicates that there's a practical consideration to the round. So for example, if the motion wording was this house believes that the Singapore government should abolish the mandatory death penalty for drug trafficking, the motion is calling for the Singaporean government to do something about the death penalty. And even though having a model is not mandatory, it could be useful, but obviously whether or not teams want to include it will be marked under strategy, and it's up to the strategic choices of the teams to decide whether or not they believe having a model would be beneficial for them. The next kind of motions we have are this house would, and these are what we call policy or action debates. So once again, it's not mandatory for teams to have a policy or a model, but it could be useful to help to explain or illustrate how each team envisions the new world to look like. So note that in these kind of policy motions, proposition fiat exists, oppositions have the same amount of fiat as the prop teams. But once again, as I said before, this does not mean that it will be perfectly implemented. It's just that teams have the capacity to assume that any action that the motion is requiring is possible for you to implement. And you need to assume that, whatever the motion is proposing is not what the status quo currently is like. So for example, if the motion was this house would legalize all recreational drugs, in many parts of the world, like Malaysia, recreational drugs are illegal. So the world is going to change to an extent when you pass the motion, because now you'll be legalizing all recreational drugs in areas where previously this did not even exist to begin with. Okay. The next type we have are actor motions, and they'll typically be worded as this house as X would do Y. So in an actor motion, the debate happens from the specific perspective of the actor that's specified in the motion. So all the arguments each team makes must be linked to why, the actor cares about it or would care about, doing that specific action. What this also means is that, the actor in an actor debate, they aren't assumed to always be self-interested or that, you can't make any principal arguments. It's just that teams must show why, the actor is likely going to care about that principle. And then, you can, it's easy for you to run in the round and the judge will find it, viable. So it's very easy for you to get, carried away whenever there's an actor debate by just running a general argument that does not nuance to the interest of the actor, and you want to avoid doing that because that is highly unstrategic. So my suggestion would be, whenever you see an actor debate, it's really good at the start to characterize what are the interests of this actor. What do they care about? What are their current circumstances? These sort of things help in terms of illustrating to the judge, okay, what then is this actor likely going to find important to them? So for example, if the motion was this house as a parent would encourage their child not to attend Oxbridge, you can say that, parents generally care a lot for their children. They're likely to have invested significant amounts in their child's education because they love them and they want to ensure the best opportunities for their child. These sort of statements are beneficial because you're explaining to the judge what are the things that, the average parent is likely going to care about or finds important in their hearts. Yeah. Okay, so this is a really quick comparison table between should motions and would motions. So this house believes that X should do Y compared to this house as the actor would do Y. So you realize in that the former motion, it's a value judgment, but in the latter motion, it's an actor motion. What this then means is that the perspective that the debate is argued from is drastically different, and you want to make sure you don't confuse the two. So the distinct difference between the value judgment and actor motion is that in a value judgment debate, unless the motion specifies so, all debates need to be argued from the perspective of a neutral third-party observer. But, the interest of the observer can be prioritized from the perspective of a neutral third-party observer. But in an actor debate, the perspective that you're arguing the debate from is from the perspective of the specific actor. So from a school teacher or a parent, for example, you aren't doing it from anyone else's perspective because that isn't what the motion is calling for. In terms of whether or not you need a model, for both motions, it's essentially up to teams to decide if it's strategic for them to do so. It's not required, but my suggestion would be that it is really helpful in terms of helping explain to a judge how your team envisions the debate, because I think in a lot of these kinds of motions, judges can get very confused when teams start to disagree upon, how they're going to achieve that end outcome. So I think in terms of clarity, right, introducing a model can really, really be beneficial, but it's also important to not become overly reliant on your model, because seeing that in these motions, it's not mandatory. It also means that the debate can't be won on the model alone, but it can be helpful. You definitely need to rely on other things. You can't just solely be overly reliant on that model in order to win. Okay. And the next kind of motions we have are this house supports or this house opposes. These, once again, are also a value judgment / analysis / principle debate. But what is important to note is that the debate takes place in the status quo. So it's current society. Teams, you're not reimagining a different world, but what you're doing is you're either supporting the action or opposing it in the context of the status quo. So for example, you are required as a team to explain why, if you have more, so if you support the motion, or why having less, that means if you oppose the motion, of whatever is being suggested is actually good for the world. What this means is that you may require a metric. For example, at what point do we support this action or oppose it until? Obviously, there is no mandatory model, but if you find it strategic to do so, you can feel free to include it. So motion to help illustrate this would perhaps be like, this house supports the rise of hashtag activism, or, you oppose the rise of hashtag activism. What hashtag activism is like, whenever you see on social media, people use hashtags in order to like spread awareness of a specific cause. So the debate will be about, whether we support more of this kind of activity or do we prefer less of it, and whether or not it's good or bad to have more or less of it. Okay. The next type we have are this house regrets. And the thing about this house regrets motions is that these kinds of debates are a retrospective. So if you imagine there's like a timeline, right, and there's a stop button, you're going to press that stop button and stop the flow of time. So after you've frozen time, you now want to ask if X, or whatever the motion is saying, was something that was good or bad for the world. So these kind of debates don't look into the future. You're looking into the present and the past only. What the proposition teams must do in a regrets motion is you need to reimagine what the world without like this would look like, right? So this reimagined world is oftentimes called the counterfactual, and you must then show why this counterfactual is preferable to the status quo. Sorry. So the thing about counterfactuals is that they can be contested. And like, opposition teams can claim that, the proposition counterfactual is not likely or it's not possible. And I'd say that in some types of debates, it is good to do this because more often than not, the proposition teams will try to argue a counterfactual that is like, highly, highly favorable to their side that avoids all the problems with the status quo. But it's really important as an opposition team to pick up on these things and realize like, what is beyond the limits of what proposition can argue for, because in some debates, proposition teams like to overuse or exploit their fiat to the point where it breaks the debate, and you want to avoid that. Opposition teams in a regrets debate must defend the status quo or trends in the status quo. So what are current things that are happening in the status quo that are likely going to continue into the future? And opposition teams, typically, you don't get to defend status quo plus plus. So I like to call it status quo plus plus. But what this means is that you can't argue ways that you're also going to change the status quo on your side, because you're just meant to argue society as it currently is, without any additional augmentation. So for example, if the motion was this house regrets the rise of Twitter journalism, proposition would have to suggest what rose in the absence of Twitter journalism. Opposition has to say that, this rise was good, we'd support it if it continues into the future. Okay, the next type we have are what we call this house prefers motions. So you can have two variations of this. The first is this house prefers X to Y. So this once again is a value judgment or principle debate. And the debate is a comparison between X and Y. Proposition teams must defend X and opposition teams must defend Y. What opposition cannot do is defend Y in addition to something else, because that's obviously unfair for the proposition team. These debates, I think, are typically clear in terms of the counterfactual that each team has to argue, because the motion already indicates what each team is arguing for. What it looks like, that is up for debate, but in terms of getting a general sense as to what each team is going to be arguing for, these motions are helpful because they already give it to you. But what I'd like to note here, right, is that teams definitely can be dynamic in your analysis. So, right, you can show how, X or Y has changed or it can change over time. So, for example, if the motion was this house prefers, if the motion was this house prefers benevolent dictatorships to weak democracies, proposition would be arguing for why, benevolent dictatorships are better than weak democracies, and opposition would be doing the opposite. But what you realize is that neither side can argue a benevolent dictatorship. Proposition can't say that we prefer a benevolent dictatorship with these additional changes to a dictatorship. You can't. You have to typically debate on what the generally accepted understanding of a dictatorship is, but because the word benevolent is in it, you do have some capacity to argue that this isn't a regular type of dictatorship that we see in the status quo. A benevolent dictatorship is likely going to be different in ABC kind of way. Yeah. Okay. The second kind of variation that we can have is what we typically see phrased as this house prefers a world where X. So these are a value judgment motion, and it's kind of a spin-off on a regrets motion, because essentially it is a regrets motion, and that, like, the proposition team needs to establish what would have happened if X happened, and opposition must defend the status quo. Once again, you can't defend any like changes. So the motion was, this house prefers a world where all countries were benevolent dictatorships. Proposition team obviously can't argue the status quo, because we have benevolent dictatorships, we have monarchies, we have democracies. Proposition needs to tell the floor what the whole world would look like if all countries from the start were benevolent dictatorships. And that's something also important to know about prefers motions. Prefers motions are a reimagination of the original world. You're not changing the proposition, isn't changing current society. So it's not a departure from the way things currently are. It's more like from the very get-go, this was what society looked like. So if we were to take a look at this motion once again, if it was prefers a world where all countries were benevolent dictatorships, proposition isn't arguing that we're going to change all democracies into dictatorships on their side, but it's more like from the very initiation of, like, when societies started to form, they were benevolent dictatorships and they weren't anything else. All right, so those are all emotion types that you can possibly have in WSDC. Obviously, it isn't a list that has essentially every single type that has come out in all previous like iterations of the competition. But what you realize is that from that general framework of 6 motion types, you can have variations of those, and those typically encompass a majority of the motions that you'll come across in your time doing WSDC. Okay, when it comes to defining the motion, here's several things that you should avoid. The first is what we call squirreling. So this is where you distort the topic and define it in a way that violates the spirit of the motion. So what the spirit of the motion is what is the debate actually calling for? To illustrate, like, this house would ban gambling. You can't define it as banning risky behaviors like taking hard drugs, because that's gambling with your life. Gambling obviously has an obvious meaning. It's like when you go play the lottery, when you're going to play card games where there's money on the line. That is what we typically consider gambling. The second thing that you should not do is disallow opposition room for debate. So if the motion was, this house supports cosmetic surgery, you can't, as the proposition team, only support it for burn victims, because this would make it impossible for opposition to argue the debate, right? Because how do you argue against not letting people who've been unfairly scarred have a second chance at choosing how their appearance ought to look like? You also obviously shouldn't refuse to debate the motion at the level of specificity or abstraction that the motion requires. So if the motion was, this house would restrict civil liberties in the name of national security, a definition that defends compulsory ID cards, just that, is obviously too narrow, right? Because compulsory ID cards may be an example of a national security policy, but the debate extends beyond this to a far more general principle. So on a blanket, should we restrict we should restrict civil liberties when there's a national security crisis. Yeah. Okay. Another thing that teams shouldn't do is what we call place setting. So narrowing the debate arbitrarily to specific places that aren't specified in the motion. So if the motion was this house would ban commercial surrogacy, you can't just set the debate to only low-income nations. You can use examples of countries from these areas, but the debate has a global context. Conversely, if the motion was, this house would ban non-democratic countries from hosting international sporting events, proposition teams can identify a reasonable criteria as to how they're going to evaluate, what is a democracy and what isn't. Just like place setting, you aren't allowed to time set the debate to a specific time period. So if the motion was, this house should engage in civil disobedience to protest unjust laws, proposition can't define the policy to just the period of apartheid in South Africa, but you can use an example. However, if the motion was, this house believes that NATO should not have withdrawn combat troops from Afghanistan, proposition can time set the debate to the period where Afghanistan, when NATO was considering to depart from Afghanistan, that being 2011 to 2014, because it's implicitly suggested by the motion. So yeah, basically use your discretion. Here are the options that you have typically available when you encounter unreasonable definitions. So One, you could just accept the unreasonable definition and debate with the proposition's definition. The thing is, the quibble that the definition is unreasonable, so you can just argue slightly that, okay, we don't really find it convincing, but we'll just accept the definition of the prop and continue to debate that. Secondly, you could broaden the debate back to the words in the motion. So you can say that, judge, this is what the definition should be, and you can use the words in the motion to argue why that ought to be the definition. And thirdly, which is the most explicit, I would say, is just directly challenge that definition. So one, you argue that the definition is unreasonable, you present an alternative, you have to present an alternative, right? Like, you can't just say that, judge, that definition is wrong, and not give an alternative as to what the definition should be. And the debate then will be based upon that alternative definition. And just to show that you're even more responsive, you can argue that even if proposition's definition is reasonable, their case is still going to be problematic for XYZ reason. Note that the first two options can be done in any speaker, but if you have an explicit challenging of the definition the proposition team has given, it must be done in the first opposition speech. Okay, finally, some notes on definitional challenges. There's no obligation of teams to challenge unreasonable definitions. If you deem that it's strategic for your site to proceed with an unreasonable or faulty definition, feel free to do so. There's no rule that you have to challenge it. And the thing about it, right, is that any assessments of definition and challenges are marked under a strategy. So if opposition's challenge of the definition is successful, this will impact proposition strategy score. And conversely, if opposition challenge is unsuccessful, this will impact their strategic score. Just a final note in terms of the definitional challenges, debates aren't automatically won or lost by definitional challenges. They merely provide a framework for the analysis of the round. In some debates, definitions might be extremely important, in others not so much, but you should obviously decide where it is more important and where it isn't. Okay, I think that is my section done.
Okay, thanks, Arjun. We do have one question before we go on to break time. I'm just going to read it out. Do we have time in between speeches for like 30 seconds to 1 minute to form rebuttals and etc.? So rules-wise, there isn't an allocated time for in between speeches to add additional last-minute preparations, but realistically speaking, it would be up to the goodwill of judges, because transitioning between speakers physically in the room does take some time. So most judges are typically quite tolerant if you're having a last-minute quick chat with your teammate or like really speedily writing up the rest of your speech, but you should not be taking too long, like no more than 30 seconds. We shouldn't be making everyone waiting. If the judge is a fast one and they finished concluding their notes and they're staring at you, best not delay the procedure and then move straight on up. So ideally you don't wait at all, but usually judges will also take an extra 20-30 seconds to kind of wrap up their notes about the speech. So you will have some time, but it's not a guaranteed time, and it's based on the judge's goodwill. Okay, thanks very much, everyone. We're going to take a 5-minute break. It is now 4 p.m. We've covered how to debate WSDC. The next section, we're focusing on how to train and prep for WSDC. We will be back at 4:05 with the next section. Hi, everyone. We're gonna begin with our next segment. Can I call on our next presenter? Gelson, are you here? Gel, calling for Gel. Give us one moment. Okay. Gelson is one of our Team Malaysia veterans, all the way from Dev Squad 3 years ago, all to the main team for the last 2 years. He's also a very experienced coach, so he's perfect for this next segment, which is how do we better train and prepare ourselves for WSDC comps. He can maybe insert his own take and tips and tricks on how to better train ourselves. So I'm going to pass it over to Gelson.
All right, cool. Hey guys, what's up? What's up? Welcome back. Let me just really quickly share my screen. Okay, so this little segment here is basically going to be all about improving, taking the material that we learned from the previous speakers and what Non and Arjun said in their slides earlier, and basically figuring out how can we take the concepts that we have learned from the previous slides and use them a lot better in debates and to improve our speeches over time. So before I really get into the content itself, I'm going to do something a little bit different here. I kind of want to get like a little general feel about the general experience here in this Zoom call. So can I just really quickly get some of you here in chat to sort of put down how long have you been debating for? Like how many years have you just started debating? Did you start this year, or have you already been here for multiple years already? In the meanwhile, while we're basically waiting on these answers, the thing that I want to really sort of get through with all of you, regardless of how much time you spend debating, the thing that I think is most important here. All right, I have a few answers. Thank you very much. Right. So generally, we're on the newer side of debating. We're entering into our first year. Some of us are a few months into debating. A lot of us are Team Malaysia hopefuls, hoping to entering maybe the dev squad or the developmental squad, and just trying to start our journey in debating, etc., etc. So I want us to really keep in mind what the whole purpose of this this lecture is. I want to clear something up, and that is to say that this is not going to be a magical solution to immediately turn you into the best speaker in the world at the current moment, or to greatly boost your learning pace, as I would usually call it, right? Your way of learning, or way of improvement down the line. Like, it's not going to immediately make you a world's breaking speaker in the next month. But I think the thing that we need to remember here is that everyone here has different rates of learning, right? Your progress is not linear. It's not linear. And there are going to be periods of time where sometimes you will improve very quickly, and sometimes you're just going to sort of falter and the improvement's going to stop. And as you guys sort of stay in the circuit and keep debating over and over, we'll start seeing a lot more of those plateaus, and we'll start basically that's sort of be a very normal part of our journeys as improving as debaters. What this is meant for you is to help you break out of the plateaus faster. So rather than making you immediately the best speaker in the world, this is just going to be how can we fix our plateaus? How can we ensure that the rate of improvement that we have is improving ever so slightly over time, because now we're better at figuring out our weaknesses, and we're better at figuring out what to do in order to fix those weaknesses. And so let's begin with what exactly this structure is going to look like. There are going to be 4 main purposes that this section aims to teach you. The first of which is the diagnosis and how exactly are we able to become more self-aware about ourselves as speakers. And this is the number one thing that I would usually want to focus on when it comes to improving, because in order for us to improve, we need to know what to improve to begin with. The second thing that we then want to try to learn is how to create a better regimented routine in order for us to improve. And this is something that not a lot of debaters in the circuit, even if they're like, even some more seasoned debaters in the circuit kind of lack, which is just something that is very structured and something that is very focused on improving rather than just sort of doing debating for the sake of doing it. The third thing that we're going to learn how to do is to adapt. How do you work around your weaknesses and like certain examples of things that we could probably improve and we could do specifically in order to help improve those weaknesses. And finally, just how do we properly train? How do we properly give feedback and to take it into account to make our speeches like better down the line. Let's begin with the first and what I consider to be the most important principle to self-growth. That's the mindset that you have. And the thing that I like for all of us to remember is essentially the idea that half of debating is the mental aspect that comes along with it. We focus so much on the analytical rigor of our arguments. We focus so much on like how many arguments we're able to come up with, the strength of our framing, etc., etc. But we don't often discuss the kind of mindset that we should be approaching debating with. And because of this lack of discussion, we have seen sort of 2 manifestations of possibly unhealthy ways we can think that might hinder our progress in the long term. So the first of which, right, in debating, right, in regards to your purpose in debating. And sometimes, I'm not sure if all of you have been through this, but if you've been in the circuit for long enough, there's going to be a point in time where you will probably go through a period where you just straight up question why exactly you're debating to begin with, right? The competitive nature of debating has given us so much focus on things like tournaments, on things like our speaker scores, and on things like the teams that we win or that we lose against. And sometimes we take a lot of these losses not like personally, but like to heart, to the point where we lose track of what exactly made debating so valuable to us to begin with. And as we sometimes fall short of our goals, we will win and lose debates. Losing debates is an inevitable part of being a debater. The more we take those to heart, the more it stunts our growth, because we end up finding it a lot harder for us to take valuable lessons out of these losses. And instead we focus on the emotional hurt that we get whenever we sort of lose a round or whatever. So we want to remember that more than getting into Team Malaysia, more than winning worlds or even getting an Asians OBS, right? The most important thing that comes with debating is the skills that you have cultivated over time, and the fact that you find it fun. People who you will meet in a circuit, you will have friends with, people who you will team up with, and you will coach or whatever is the case on the line. Like, this is basically how we persevere a lot more healthily in the circuit, by adapting the mindset. It's a very cliche thing, but you know, maybe the real debate improvement were the friends that we have made along the way. The second sort of trend that we have that we need to keep in mind is this whole idea. And I think this is a little bit worse for the harm that is going to be impacting ourselves, because this actually has to do with our self-esteem. And so I think what's probably worse is that sometimes we take these losses to heart and we actively sort of think that our skill is not good enough for us to overcome certain barriers. And this can lead to us dragging ourselves down and stuff like that. If there's one thing that we can take away from this entire lecture, or if for this particular section of this particular segment, let it be the idea that you are only as good as you think that you can be. And this is essentially the most important thing about mindset that I can probably tell you guys about, is that regardless of what skill level you think you are at, And regardless of how good you think you are, how many losses you're on, how many wins you're on, when you are on there and you're about to give a speech, you are gone. And I think, and this is the mindset that we need to start adopting, and we need to stop creating a defeatist mindset of giving up immediately as we enter into a round. If there is no foreseeable victory, we do not put ourselves down. And instead, we take it as a learning experience, because seeing and going up against a stronger team is also good for our growth as well. And I think that changing our mindset to be a lot less defeatist and to, not give up as soon as the round has begun is key towards manifesting a good debate mindset. So now that we have fully basically cleared up the whole mindset thing, let's look into some broad things to keep in mind as we're trying to grow, essentially. And these are broad principles that we want to always keep in our minds as we go down our debate journey. So these are the principles for self-improvement, essentially. The first of which is just to essentially find a pattern. And I think one thing that we all really want to keep in mind here is that sometimes debate has outliers. Like our performance in debate has outliers. We give better speeches than others, and than other speeches that we have given, etc., etc. And so what we need to actually look at a lot more than what happened in a specific round is to find something much broader that exists as a trend in multiple of our speeches. And so rather than focusing on one debate, right, that you would like to focus on, let's say you went to a tournament and you maybe did not do very well in this one round, right, and you feel like you did not give the best speech there. This is definitely a round that you would want to look at, but we also need to evaluate all the other rounds that we debated in the tournament as well, and to see what exactly is a common pattern or a common flaw that has existed in not just that round, but in every single round. So find the pattern here. Maybe we're not proving our arguments enough. Maybe we weren't focusing on setup enough. Maybe we were having a very convoluted structure, etc., etc. So let's find that sort of pattern. The second thing, that principle of self-improvement, is the idea of comfort and discomfort. I think a lot of us end up discouraging ourselves from actively improving because we kind of find the idea of debating and improving in debating a hard thing to do. We don't want to learn PM because we're much better at whip. This is a self-call out. We don't want to learn second speaker because we are much better at PM. Or I don't think I need to focus on prep because I am a responsive speaker and so my teammates can feed me that material. These are all sort of thoughts that we can have that end up limiting our growth because we set ourselves and we put ourselves within a box. And this box is what limits the amount of growth that we are able to have. Debate and improvement, as with anything else in the world, right, when it comes to improvement, has to involve discomfort. Because the only way you can get good at things that you're not currently good at is by actually practicing the things that you're not currently good at. And this means doing things you're not comfortable with. So if you do not do well in a particular set of motions, don't avoid the motions just because you do not like doing them. Instead, I would recommend doing more of those motions so that you're able to reach a better form of familiarity with them, and you're able to build up that confidence in doing those kinds of motions in the long term. The third principle of self-improvement then is the idea of systemizing. This is very similar towards the first principle that we have. But instead of looking at the broad trends that we have learned overall in our speeches, systemize everything that we have accumulated in the broad circuit as well. So when we go for tournaments and when we, when we go up against other teams, for example, look and observe the other teams as well and try to see what you can cultivate from their experience, right? If we see really good teams break higher than us and break further than us into out-rounds or some really strong competitions, watch their out-rounds and see what exactly those rounds look like. What are different things that these teams follow? And try to collectivize all of that information and sum it up into a broad sense of simple rules and guidelines so that you can better emulate those better speeches in your own, but also so that you have a better idea and understanding of what exactly makes a good speech. And so consider it like something like building your own criteria, like your own little list of what makes a good speech. You learn that through observation and you learn that through seeing good speeches over time. The final principle of self-improvement is to engage and to not dictate. And so this essentially means instead of looking at what exactly you so this can look at two things, right? The first thing is within your speeches, instead of looking at like your like the broad conclusions that you have, right? You also want to not just talk about the conclusion or the impact that you have, but you also need to prove it before, right? So you need to give me the broad process that you're going to have and talk about every step of the story along the way in order for you to sufficiently prove the argument. Very similarly towards that particular principle, this can be applied in self-growth as well, in that we don't just talk about the broad impact or the broad answer that we have towards our current flaws, but rather we look at the total thought process that we have, and we explain how we mentally work through these particular things, and like how exactly did this particular challenge initially sort of look like to us, and how we can view it differently in the future. So these are the principles for self-improvement. Okay, but Gelson, I know these mindsets are things that I can apply overall, but I don't know what specifically to do to make myself better. What are some specific actions that I can use in order for me to use these mindsets in a productive way? That's a brilliant question. So basically, this is the first thing you want to sort of start with, right? Essentially speaking, you want to apply all the broad principles that we have discussed earlier and put it down into this one TLDR of everything that we've discussed so far, right? The TLDR of everything we discussed so far is to apply conscious and deliberate practice, right? We want to always make ourselves uncomfortable. We want to always have specific goals that we want to have and specific traits and weaknesses that we want to improve on. We want to always look at other debates and to systemize our observations, and therefore develop a mental model of expertise for us all to really properly mold our speaking style and mold our speaking experience to become a lot better. This is the first thing you can probably do in order to help you improve. The most important part with self-improvement is self-assessment. We need to begin by looking at what are some things that we are currently doing well and what are some things that we could probably be doing better in. And this covers a range of different things that we can look at, right? It can look like certain types of motions or debate types. So the stuff that Arjun said earlier, right, about like this house regrets debates. I mean, like personally speaking, for a while, for a while in my debate journey, it was pretty hard for me to come up with a proper counterfactual for a this house regrets debate. Like I never really got the concept of a counterfactual. And so rather than like sort of run away from a this house regrets debate, you know, got to do more of those in order for you to practice building those counterfactuals down the line. Maybe it's team and speaker positions, like I said earlier about PMs and whips. Maybe it's about skills and bad habits that you have in your speeches, etc., etc. So always look at those kinds of flaws that you might have at the current moment, and to note traits that we're currently good at and traits that we currently can improve a lot more on. Now that we know where we're doing well on and can improve, we can finally set goals and to measure our progress on the line. And this one is what really mechanizes our ability to improve as a debater on the line. We want to be able to have visions of the kind of speaker that we want to be after a set amount of time. And there are a few key principles for us to remember when we're setting goals. The first of which is to be realistic, all right? So we want to set short-term and long-term goals as well, and you know, constantly revise these sort of goals. So do not say within like, I don't know, a week I want to break and win the like WUDC or something like that, right? Like or some really big tournament. Like we gotta keep ourselves grounded here. But after a very objective look at where we're currently at, because we did all that really smart self-assessment stuff at first, we can take our current selves and to measure it up against where we want to be in a month, right? Or maybe in a year, a few years, etc., etc. I want to get into Team Malaysia at in maybe a year, for example. I want to be in contention at the last round of the final selections this year, etc., etc. So be realistic, but also secondly, be very tangible with the sort of goals that we want to have. So set goals that you're able to measure and set goals that you're able to see. Like what I said earlier, like this is a very good example here. I want to be in contention at the last round of final selections. That is an example of a measurable goal, because if you are able to because you're able to see whether or not you were actually measurable. But it's important to note as well that rather than looking at like a specific data point, right? So rather than looking at something like, I want to get my first AD speech in a month, that's a fair goal for us to have. But I think we also want to keep in mind that just like what I mentioned earlier about trends and about sort of generalizing everything, there are outliers in debate. And so sometimes we'll have much lower scores that might discourage us from continuing to hit our goals. Sometimes we'll get much higher scores than expected. But the point is for us to look at data trends that ultimately suggest a broad speaker range that we will fall under. So rather than aiming for an 80 in one round for the next tournament, let's aim to be a 78 or a 79 speaker in the next few by the time, I don't know, say it's December hits, right? I want to be a 78 to 79 speaker in December. Or in WSDC skill, I want to like be a 71 or 72 speaker, etc., etc. Okay, the final part that comes along with this broad roadmap is once you have goals, you want to create a specific routine. And this is something that I think a lot of people end up not really doing in order to facilitate their growth. Some of us kind of just do debate for the sake of it, right? We just kind of join spars, go debate a little bit, practice, come out, and then don't really learn anything at the end of the day. We need something that is a lot more focused and something a lot more specific in order for us to target specific weaknesses that we identified earlier in a self-assessment. And so we get closer to those goals by having a specific practice regime. Isolate the thing that you need to work. Focus on the one weakness that you want to work on. Maybe for this speech specifically, I want to work on my word economy. I want to work on phrasing things better. I want to be a lot more clear, etc., right? So don't debate blindly and don't just join tournaments for the sake of it. Actually identify the skill that you want to improve a lot more and experiment with different methods that you can use in order to improve those skills. Here is an idea for some of the things that you can do in order for you to improve a few different things. If you want to improve certain skills that you have in debating, there are various different mechanisms that you have. I'm not going to go through every single one of them because you can kind of read them on the slide here. And you can check back in the recording later on. But the TLDR of everything here is just to say, just when it comes to skills, there's no better way to improve it than doing. If you want to improve prep time, go for prep, do drills, try to basically force it and to re-listen to your speeches and always note what exactly are the things that I can improve later down the line. Also take into account feedback. The thing about improving content as well is also fairly important. Sometimes we don't really know what we want to say in IR debates or in other very knowledge-specific or nuanced motions. Reading is very important as well. And I'd say this is what the TLDR of this entire slide is, right? Like, we tell you to read the news, to get books to steal, but not the bad kind of stealing, right? But actually looking at good cases and good speeches and noting down what they already said. You stand on the shoulders of giants, and you're able to sort of look at what exactly those people have done already. So basically do your part to always take down content that you can use in your future speeches, because there's a plethora of different things that you can read and different things that you can watch online that you can use to improve yourself. Finally, some general routines that we have in order for us to facilitate all this training. I said earlier, don't just join tournaments for the sake of joining tournaments, but if you're doing this in a focused way, you will find that they're actually very, very good for your own improvement as well, right? Go out there and try to find teams who are better than you and try to learn from them. Go out there and try to find teams who are, weaker than you and try to learn how to increase the point margin. Go and pro-am someone, be a pro or be an am, doesn't matter. You'll learn either way. Either you'll learn by being carried or you'll learn how to carry, and it's a very hard job to do. But ultimately speaking, practice, right? So don't just let the rest set in. You want to always keep your debate gears grinding. Finally, here are a few broad areas of improvement. And this is going to get a little bit more specific, where we can apply the previous actions that we can do here, right? We can apply those actions and we can focus maybe on a few of these areas of improvement using these particular drills. So I'm going to go through this broad list as quickly as possible. And then after that, we got a little bit of a break, right? But this is ultimately going to sum up some very common trends or some very common weaknesses that we can see in a lot of speakers in our high school circuit or the school circuit, and then we can try to make ourselves better on that part. The first thing here regards note-taking and clarity. And so a very common issue that I think is seen in the circuit is a lot of people have problems with their notes and how they take notes. And this can look like either the notes that they take are way too short. And so some people start becoming very rambly, and some people start speaking nonsense. For lack of a better way to put it, right? Like they start sort of going on tangents in their speeches because they haven't written a proper guideline for what exactly they had. Or if they don't know how to really improvise as they go, they just stop and they just like sort of freeze in the middle of their speeches. If we stumble a lot in our speeches and it's become a very massive problem that seems to be a trend, there is probably a problem with our note-taking. So try to maybe improve our note-taking and ensure that we have a system that we can constantly be very wary of, and we can constantly be very in sync with, basically. Do like things like writing down as much detail as possible, but you can also, for the sake of saving time, use things like abbreviations, right? Rather than writing down Prime Minister, just write down PM, right? Much easier. Rather than writing down characterization, you know, which is a very long word and very hard to spell, we can sort of just go like charac, you know, or C, right? Figure out a system that will help you, and focus on practicing this sort of note-taking with drills, execution drills, time pressure drills, whatever is written, like all that stuff is written down here is going to help you practice how to get your optimal note-taking style. And it so indirectly help your clarity as well. So yeah, note-taking is very underrated. I don't think I see enough people sort of trying to work on the note-taking. Please do it. The second thing that we can look at is the idea of strategy, preemption, and vision. So Arjun already said a lot about what strategy is, and I'm sure like we already kind of know what like why exactly you're saying stuff, right? But these are all different things that we can also kind of focus a lot more on, which is just being able to see what the round is going to be like during the prep time. So I don't even need to hear the LO, DLO, Gov whip, like op whip and the op reply if I'm Gov, right? Like I can immediately know what the debate is going to be about in prep time, and I can instantly prepare for what the round is going to be like. So I know op is going to say this, so I'm going to say this instead in response, etc., etc. Thus, being prepared and having a better preemption or vision gives you a much higher advantage in that round. And in order for us to really properly create that sort of vision down the line, it's going to take a lot of experience and a lot of practice. This unfortunately, it's not something that we can really hack our way into creating, right? We need a lot of practice in order for us to get good vision of what the round is going to be like. So if you have a coach, get your coach to complete strategy drills with you. Maybe use like drill, like get a motion, get a round online, and watch a high-level debate on YouTube. And before you watch the high-level debate, sort of like try to prepare for that round, right? And try to anticipate what the teams are going to say before you start watching it. And then when you do start watching it, try to contrast what you actually hear in that round towards the stuff that you were preparing at first. So this is some example of what you can do in order to prepare your vision, just like drills and stuff like that. The next thing we can look into is the idea of content and mechanization. And this is if we're facing very common feedbacks from judges, like we didn't prove the argument, you know, or I am unsure as to why this is true, right? If you cannot find, if you really can't find a lot of the time how to articulate why it's true, then I think we need to start sort of identifying our end conclusion first, and then sort of reverse engineer our way, and from there, and to sort of get multiple justifications and routes. So try to come up with as many different reasons as possible during your prep. This is also something a matter of practice, right? Sometimes we can come up with a drill that will with drills. Sometimes we can practice this in our actual speeches during tournaments. But the main goal for us is basically to just improve mechanization by focusing on mechanizing more. Have the end conclusion first, bring out the impact, and then from there, we will try to come up with as many different reasons for why it's true. If our arguments are also very often defeated by a direct rebuttal from the opposing team. So once you give out this argument, the other speaker comes up, got one rebuttal, boom, argument gone, right? And then the next speaker in our team drops it, cannot. So we need to really properly learn how to make this argument be very strong as a standalone. So whenever we want to try to make our arguments not only true, but impactful, let's focus on engaging in the weighing, right, that Nuan and Arjun had discussed earlier, of the comparative impacts, and by actually providing very different metrics to prove the impact. And this is the reason as to why this argument is important, because we actually gave you because it actually told you how less people die, or it actually told you how the impact from our side is more long-term compared towards theirs. So like, find a particular metric and actively try to make it adhere towards the argument. That is the best way for us to improve content and mechanization. The next thing here is framing. If you ask me what framing is, it's basically just what exactly is the debate supposed to be about. Anything that makes an argument more important than others is essentially framing, right? So think about it like this. I got two stuffed animals, right? And so this is, let's say this is a argument from the gov, and this is an argument from the op, right? There are two stuffed animals that are given, two arguments in debate, and I don't know which one is more important as a judge. But then one speaker comes up and tells me, look, this stuffed animal is in plastic wrapping, and that means that this animal is in better condition than this one, and therefore this argument is better, and you should weigh it better. That's what framing is essentially, just like trying to really properly describe what exactly makes that argument a lot better. So always try to practice framing, right? I don't think enough people sort of compare enough. We don't really sort of weigh or do enough framing, and we always focus a lot more on just getting the arguments out as we have them prepped, right? We don't want to do that. We want to really properly try a lot of framing drills and to create illustrations for every outcome and justification possible, because in order for us to properly win a debate, we have to take into account that there's an opposing team as well, and we need to always compare what our arguments have compared towards what their arguments have. The next thing that we have is the idea of rhetoric, emphasis, persuasion, and manner. So I'm going to make this very clear, right? The speaking style that everybody has is essentially subjective. Okay, there's no singular most persuasive style. And I don't think we need to really focus on emulating the exact perfect persuasive style. The way Arjun taught his class earlier is very different from the way Nuan taught her class, and it's very different from the way I'm teaching my class, right? We just need to find the most persuasive version, or the thing that suits us the most, in order for us to complete our speaking persona, right? But there is such thing as a faulty style, wherein your judges don't seem to really like sort of listen to you or to credit your points. Or maybe sometimes you're losing to teams with a lot worse cases and worse matter. You knew you had the better case, but that case just didn't seem to get across as well as the other team's case did. And so we need to start noting when exactly our style might be lacking in the judges' minds. And this is especially important, especially in a format like World Schools, because we do actually place an emphasis on things like style. So there are numerous ways that we can actually practice these sort of styles. If you have coaches, make them get you to do language or rhetoric drills, right? Use manner drills all the time. If I have a particular crutch word, right? A lot of people say, basically, essentially, yeah, that's a filler word. Do like meh, you know, whatever. We can note these sort of things and note what is currently affecting our style negatively, and give speeches and try not to do them. Every time we do them, restart that speech. That's what a manner drill is. All right, it sounds like hell, but you're gonna love it when you actually do it, I think. So just practice. This is also a very cool thing as well, like making a high impact word bank. Basically just noting down what are some really cool things you've heard from previous speeches. So if a speaker says something that's really, really cool or moving to you, and you think that, wow, that's really, really good phrasing, I should write this down and use it in a future speech at some point in time, do it, right? and this will help you to create much more impactful speeches in the future. This is a very short chart about just how much your choice of words can actually impact your speech. So at some point in time, we're going to start going from focusing on the material in our speeches to also noting about how exactly we present this sort of material. And the way which we present the material is also very important as well, right? For example, a very common world schools term, or not just a world schools term, but a very common debating term in general, right? Is instead of just saying, you're exploiting the people, right? They had no obligation to go through your personal political agenda. What we really like to say is, you're using them as a social battering ram. And then all of a sudden, the judge that's listening to you, when you say exploiting, nothing special, right? I've heard exploiting a million times before. But how many times have I actually heard the social battering ram? And it sounds so new, so fresh. So like, just try to figure out what are some replacement words that we can use to make our language a lot more sophisticated. That's going to help us out a lot more in the future. An example of this is in a Wsdc Finals 2019, where this house regards the glorification of soldiers as heroes. Let's listen to this really quickly. Oh no, I'm not sure if I'm sharing my sound. Okay, let's listen to this.
Fractured bones become fractured communities. When you can't call out a soldier that sexually assaulted you in Iraq, can't call out a general who may or may not have ordered this as a war tactic, because in a world where you think soldiers get everything right, that's when everything starts to go wrong. The glorification of soldiers strikes at the most vulnerable. We're not willing to stand for that on proposition. What is
Yeah, like you see how powerful the use of language is. I mean, what would have happened if like we had just straight up started our if the speaker had straight up started the speech with like, soldiers do bad things and that's why we cannot glorify them. The difference between this opening line and what I just said is very, very broad. It's worlds apart, because using things like fractured bones become fractured communities sound really moving and really powerful. So try to find one-liners like that and try to find really powerful phrases like that to help to increase the impact in your speeches. The final thing, this thing is, okay. The final thing that I have to go into is the idea of teamwork, all right? So every team is going to have their own prep issues, right? And sometimes those prep issues will vary in terms of the intensity and how much they hurt you, right? Sometimes people are not really creating as much content as other people. Sometimes we're over-focusing too much time during prep on one argument that we forget to create the other two arguments, you know? And we end up entering the round with only one argument, or maybe even not one at all. Like, we need to recognize that sometimes having synergy problems with our team is also worth working on. And this is a list of a few different ways you can identify if you are having a prep problem within your team. One is if you're creating fewer content than usual in the team. Two is that your expression of the case is far superior to the actual debate. And this is a very common issue. It's like, oh, if you are looking at the round and you see that, the case is actually supposed to be this. You get this really bright idea, but it happens in the middle of the debate. That's also a problem, because the bright idea didn't come in the prep, you know? So you should be bringing those very bright ideas in the middle of the debate a little bit earlier, so you can tell your teams during prep time, right? And maybe just like you fight a lot with your teammates, you know? Or like your teammates are just like kind of dead. Maybe you are dead, right? No one really wants to prep. And so there's a bunch of different prep problems that you can really identify here, and a bunch of different ways for you to actually solve these prep problems. Most of all involving discussing with your teammates, right? You guys now need to work collaboratively in order for you to actually fix all of these problems. Try to experiment with different roles in prep. Try to experiment with different ways for you to prep. Maybe someone focuses on a different thing. Someone focuses on like this thing. Maybe all three of you are going to collaborate and work on this thing. Maybe there's a new structure to prep that we want to experiment with, right? There are all different sorts of ways for you to actively improve yourself and the way in which your prep takes place. If you have a coach, ask them to facilitate that sort of improvement, because this will really, really help you in creating much more synergized team preps, especially in tournaments. We need to remember that debate is a team sport, and that ultimately speaking, conflict will be inevitable. We do fight. Sometimes our teammates are just like really like disagreeable, and sometimes we're the disagreeable ones. But what is most important is that beyond the conflicts, we are a team. And that this team needs to act together as one in order for us all to create very cohesive arguments and for the case to stick, not as 3 individual speeches, but as one single team. And that is what's most important. So all of the stuff earlier about like starting with teammates is quite important as well. Here's the TLDR of everything. If there are 4 things that you can take away from this lecture, it is going to be these things. The first thing is to always find your minimum, all right? Look at your current performance and look at where you're currently at. Find the minimum amount of like the minimum performance you're currently at and try to build up from there. The worst speeches that we can give, improve those. The worst motions we can give, improve those. The worst speaker positions we can give, improve those. We want to find our weaknesses and actively try to adapt to them. The second thing is to find our partners and get partners that are going to complement our strengths and weaknesses a lot better. And this looks like partners that we can synergize with during prep. That will not take things personally if you fight with them. And after prep time, you will always get together doing postmortem and you will be able to work things out and just generally create arguments a lot faster. The third thing is for you to steal your mind as well, right? Back to the mental issue that we had earlier in terms of how self-esteem is affected and how we look at the debate circuit as a whole. You cannot do more than you think you can do, right? You are only as good as you think that you are. So do not focus on anything other than a round specifically. If you look at anything else other than the motion, other than the prep or the teammates around you, and you focus too much on winning or losing, then you cannot control whether or not those things are going to happen and you're going to panic. Steal your mind. Remember why you're here. It is to improve and it is to learn. That is what's most important, and that is something that you are able to control. The final thing here is that basically the consistency. Everything I've said thus far has been a whole lot of talk, right? A whole lot of skills about what exactly we can learn down the line to improve our speeches. But what's most important is what we identify in our speeches individually. And those usually tend to be very basic skills that we can very easily improve down the line. Maybe it has to do with proving our arguments, mechanistic analysis, etc., etc. If you are disciplined and if you are focused enough to create that sort of routine to actively improve yourself, the level of consistency that you're going to have in these weaknesses are going to increase significantly, and this will lead you to ultimately overcome that weakness a lot better. So be focused with your routine. Always know what weaknesses you want to improve. That's how you improve a lot better. Okay, cool. Hopefully we learned some things. But this was quite a lot of material. If you guys want to ask questions, you can ask them here. A question: do you still recommend rigorously practicing debating if you don't quite have a goal or distinct passion for it currently? That one is going to really depend on yourself. So some people have very different reasons for why you want to debate and why they want to stay in the circuit, right? Some people rigorously practice debating for the sake of their CVs. Some people go for tournaments after tournaments to meet their friends. If you don't quite have a goal to become a better speaker, or if you don't really care about being a better speaker, then it's understandable if you don't really vigorously practice. Because doing drills, going to your coaches, all of that ultimately points towards your own self-improvement. And it's not going to really matter to you if you don't really care about self-improvement a whole lot. But if you have other reasons for staying in the circuit, like your friends, like wanting to forge a career for yourself, or maybe if you just find the act of debating fun every once in a while, and you want to go and give a good speech, then I recommend going when you do, right? Ultimately speaking, this is your career. This is your choice. You have the decision to determine whether you want to keep debating and how much debating you want to do. Right. If there are no other questions for now, this is a fairly complex topic of self-improvement. Here's my Discord. If you want to message me with any further questions later on, feel free to do so. But yeah, this is how you improve down the line. So yeah, now that we know how to improve for selections, Yang Ming's gonna talk about selections later on. But it's my segment for now. I'll see you guys.
Thank
Hopefully
you
learn
so
something.
much, Gil. That was very, very useful. We're going to take a short 5-minute break before we enter into our final section on the breakdown of selections, and then we'll have a Q&A with former team members. If you have specific questions about selections, Team Malaysia, anything related to WSDC, let's reconvene at 4:55. Hi, everyone. Thanks for staying with us. We are nearing the very end. We're going to talk about the selections, and then we'll have a forum and Q&A where we could answer any of your curiosities about selections. We're gonna ask our final presenter to begin with his section. Yang Ming, are you here? Great. Yang is also our Team Malaysia veteran, all the way from development squad to the main pool for the last 3 years. The same as our previous alums. We're talking semi-finalists and quarterfinalists in the past. I'm gonna hand it over to Yang Ming to handle our final section.
All right, hi guys. Just checking if I can be heard. I think I am. I see my bubble showing up. All right. So thank you so much for staying to the very end. My slide is taking a bit long to load, but here is the last segment of our sharing session today, which is Team Malaysia selections. I think all of you here are joining this session today, you know, to kind of like know what selection is. So selections in general is actually an individual game. That means you are competing against your teammates as well when you're allocated to different debate rooms. So there are some benefits and, you know, some disadvantages to this. So an advantage is that you're allowed to knife or bring new matter in third or later speakers. So you're able to create your own case and you'll be judged individually on that. However, there are certain instances where, you know, you cannot like not collaborating with your teammate in preparation might also be a detriment to the persuasiveness of your case, and therefore your speech as well. So what this means is that oftentimes a team which is more cohesive and a team which has a more consistent case down the bench also sounds more persuasive towards the selector who is selecting all of you in general. So in my experience as well, I do think that being able to contribute towards your team's entire case during preparation time does really help with improving your selection game as well. But at the very end, it's still an individual game, so you will be judged individually and you don't have to be worried about that. All right. Okay, so there are actually two stages of the selections process that I'd like to talk about. So we have our open tryouts. Apart from the online application that is already open right now, do sign up if you haven't yet. We also have the open tryouts where all 4 debate rounds will constitute 100% of your final score. So it is a round robin match, which means that you'll be paired up and you'll be teaming up with other debaters who are participating in the open tryouts, regardless of the scores that you had in the previous round. So you might meet other debaters or other speakers who might not be as a similar quality as you, so you don't have to worry about it being power matched. Candidates will receive individual feedback after each round, so you can always like, you know, take this opportunity to improve yourself, because that's the point of open tryouts. And finally, the top candidates will move forward to the final selections. It will be decided by a consensus. However, the final number is undecided. By consensus, we do mean that it's by the selectors who are all selecting all of you. The last stage of the selections process for Team Malaysia 2024 will be the final selections of the top 60 people that we select into it. So 4 rounds will contribute 80% to your total, you know, score. 20% will actually be a matter test that you'll be tested on. Debate rounds are actually power match, which means that you will face speakers who have scored similar speaker scores as you in the previous rounds, and they'll like to see you head to head against each other. There is a breaking process within the final selections, whereby the breaking candidates are actually a combination of scores and a consensus as well. The top candidates will qualify into 2024's Team Malaysia. Wow, it sounds really cool. It was also really decided by consensus, and the final number is still currently undecided. So all of it depends on final selection day. We are not limiting ourselves to a fixed number of team members, because we recognize that every year the quality of selections might be different. We might want to include more or less people based on how well all of you perform in the end. All right. So here's the process of debating in selections. There are 3 main parts of this. Firstly, you'll be assigned. That means your teammates and your speaking position are assigned to you to every round, and you need to be familiar with every speaker role that you have. This is really, really important, because sometimes what is really important is for people to advocate for you during selections, and sometimes the person who might really advocate for you in the consensus process is someone that might listen to you give a speech that originally isn't your speaker role. So from my experience, I actually do first speaker a lot more, but I also need to make sure that I am preparing like my whip structure or how to whip a debate properly before selections. I think those are really important processes that you have to make sure that you cover before participating in selections. The second part will be prep time. So you join the Discord prep room beforehand and you have 30 minutes to prepare. Similar to WSDC debating, no research is allowed. That means you can communicate with your teammates within the 30 minutes. You can prep your case as well. All of this up to you individually. Finally, we have the debate. So debaters are expected to move themselves into the Zoom breakout rooms, and any clarification should be done on Discord. If it's not clear by now, selections will still be online this year because we want to increase accessibility. So here are the 3 parts of how you debate in selections. All right, next one would be some minimum expectations that you have. I think we should cover all of these because these are rules and regulations that you might want to adhere to while you are a speaker in selections. So the first would be timing. Similar to WSDC, you should be delivering 8-minute speeches, and we'll allow until 8 minutes 15 seconds as a grace period for you to wrap up your speech. So WSDC requires you to turn on your camera for non-verbal communication. That means you need to be present as well, because part of the selections process is also on how you interact within the round when you are not the speaker. I think these are still important aspects that you do have to cover. So if you don't have a camera right now for your device, do get it done because we really want to see you and your face while you're debating. POIs. Each speech must accept at least 1 POI. And then you should verbally ask for one to discharge your liability. So by probably the 6th minute or 30-second, or probably like after you finish your first argument, if you're a first speaker, ask for a POI first, or before moving into your second argument or your second issue, whatever speech you have. So if you ask, that means people are expected to give you a POI, so you are no longer liable for not taking a POI at the end if someone doesn't offer you. Decorum, please do not heckle, do not ask POIs that exceed 15 seconds, and do not cut off a speaker unless probably a speaker says that their preferred POI preference online is for verbal POIs. All right. Also, please make sure that you are a presentable person while you're debating. So to make sure that you look presentable, because speaker credibility is at utmost importance. I wouldn't suggest sports attire or t-shirts or something that's really, really informal. Also make sure that you don't really have really flashy or really fun Zoom backgrounds. Although we do appreciate your individuality within the selections process, I think there are other ways to express it better without losing credibility on your own. Finally, it's also on integrity. So these are things that are really, really important that we want to make sure that everyone adheres to. Do not lie and do not cheat. Do not personally attack other speakers. Everyone here is hopeful of being a team member. You don't know the next person that you're attacking is going to be someone in the same team as you in the future. Obviously, that will hurt team chemistry a lot more. And do please respect equity guidelines. That means, protected attributes, etc. So let's just make sure that selections is also a inclusive and conducive environment for everyone to grow, at the same time compete at the highest level within Malaysia. Okay, so some of you might be wondering, what is a written test for final selections? So written tests are an important aspect of selections to ensure that you are aware of current issues and you're able to express your thoughts in a written way as well. So here's the format. You have 90 minutes to complete the test. 50% of it, which is half, will be on critical thinking questions on current issues, where the topic will be released a week before, and 50% will be on case building. You may conduct online research, but you may not plagiarize or seek external assistance. So it means that you can search online for any materials that you want to, but you cannot just copy paste any material or ask another friend or ask another person to help you do your test. How we mark this? So you should budget your time accordingly. Each line of value could be given 1 to 3 marks. So a 10-mark case building section can achieve a full score with just 10 sentences if all sentence that you write is something that is valuable and something that the selector also thinks that is valuable. A correct burden identification should receive 1 mark, but a strategic burden could receive 3 marks. So it's on a sliding scale. It depends on probably how you phrase it or how you mention it to make sure that your case does fit the nuance of the debate, or just make sure that that case is something that really, really persuasive. So that's how you get a higher score. Okay. So here are some sample critical thinking questions. We also have case building questions at the end. We also have samples to how you can score how you can score a top score in the end. So for 2023 Team Malaysia selections last November, these are the critical thinking questions that we had. Some of it is about a shortage of global shortage of fuel. So it also was about the new Israeli elections that elected Netanyahu back into office. So for 2022 elections, it was actually the security pact between Australia, the UK, and the US, known as AUKUS, as well as the withdrawal of US troops from Afghanistan. So if you do notice a trend from the critical thinking questions that we do have, a lot of these cover current global issues that are being talked about a lot, such as in 2022, we did mention about the withdrawal of troops from Afghanistan, as well as AUKUS, because it was done during 2021, as well as the Russian war of Ukraine and Netanyahu being important global events in 2022 that led to it being critical thinking questions. So do make sure that you polish yourself up with all of these things. Don't wait until the last week where we release the topic, then you start research. Always read about it and make sure that you're aware about what's happening around us all the time. Yeah. All right. The next slide will be on sample case building questions. So for case building questions, it will just be normal motions that we do have, and then they expect you to build a case from it. There are a lot of it. I think these are all really, really great motions that test your ability to actually build a case independently. We want to see whether or not you're able to build a case on your own instead of being reliant on other people or your teammates normally. So this is a really, really important process as well. You can just, take a screenshot of it, just make sure that probably can practice on it a bit, yeah. All right. Okay. All right, I think I can just move on. You can just follow back from the recording. Okay, this is the really, really long part that probably needs a bit more explanation. So here's a sample answer that received a full score. I wouldn't guess who got the 10 marks, but if you guess Arjun, it probably won't be a really bad answer because, he scores really well. But yeah, here are the sample answers that you can have. So as you can see, there are broad headers that you have for this one on the motion that this house believes that developing countries should nationalize companies that extract their national resources. You have the first part of setup, you have framing, and you have arguments in this. So if you look at this closely, there are different stages of getting marked. So based on the sentence that you say. So look at this. The first part is a definition of developing countries and the natural resources that they have. There's also a definition in status quo. So this got a 0.5 compared to the 2 that you have in terms of the developing countries and the relations that they have with their natural resources, as well as the last one, it's on your government's counterfactual onto how you nationalize these resources. This also got a point. This is also a form of framing that is quite good, that got 1 mark from it as well. As you can see, although the structuring here is a bit off, but you can notice how there are technically 2 arguments here. So the first one that we have is this until this point, if you can see my cursor, where you have this 1 point thing, and then the second argument on local governments. So these individually also get marked on your own. So if you have 1 sentence entirely, they'll just see how much you can get from this as well. And then this just scored a total 10 as a whole. This is a really, really good answer, and we encourage you all to also reference this as a way for you to build your case. But obviously, this is not the only way for you to build your case. As long as it's valuable sentences that add to the case building, you will also get a score from it. So don't worry if you probably think that you don't fit into this way of actually structuring a case. All right, you can just take some time, screenshot it, refer back to the recording as well. This is a really good sample. I just really want to say that again. All right. Okay. Right. So for selections, we are not just testing your debate intellect, it's also a test of mental strength. So the previous sections that I've mentioned just now were all inclusive of how you debate and how you think individually, but we also really, really expect you to be not to be intimidated by other candidates. So it means that you find effective mental exercises and coping mechanisms to deal with your fears, doubts, or nerves. So a really the thing I want to share with y'all is that I think when I wasn't in the dev squad back then, I was joining Team 2021's selection. I really was intimidated by a lot of the people within the circuit that probably I wasn't really familiar with because I was a relatively newcomer to it. But always just make sure that you are able to build yourself up. It's because selections are also just a relative game. So just set expectations that you probably will be realistic in achieving it. So probably if you start off new and then you're still 16 or under, it's really good that you already are able to set a goal of making dev squad. But also at the same time, it's just to make sure that you don't let other people affect you. It's you're able to improve yourself and your ability to be selected by your selectors, even if other people are good debaters. So it doesn't mean that other people are good, then it automatically means that you cannot be part of the team as well. We always are subjective in terms of like the numbers that we want to include within the team, especially for 2024, where we're expanding it as well. So just make sure that you improve on yourself way more than how you care about other people within the selections process. Team 2024 is looking for individuals who can handle the pressure. It's really tough because we're flying all the way to Europe this year. So we want people who are able to make sure that you can hold your ground within that debate room. And we also want versatile, independent, and self-sufficient candidates. So as you can see, because selections is an individual process, we want to test and we want to push you to your limits to make sure that you yourself are a capable debater instead of you're just being someone who relies on other debaters or other teammates. So it just makes sure that you are good enough. Yeah. And then we believe that you are good enough. That's why, we put you in final selections or we want you to come to open tryouts. Yeah, all right. So how is Team Malaysia selected? Here are around 4 things. Obviously, as I've mentioned multiple times before, is a consensus. So that means all selectors will have to reach an agreement to eliminate or pass a candidate forward. So always make sure that you impress all of these selectors that watch you in the debate room as much as possible to make sure that everybody is able to appreciate you as a speaker, because that's the best way to making sure that you get that vote and you get that final slot within Team 2024. Obviously, we look at merit because it's the highest consideration given to overall performance and consistency across rounds. We really, really look forward to you performing really, really strongly within selections itself. We look at a lot. We also consider potential. That means that we consider candidates relative to their age, experience, and training background. We've had really, really young Team Malaysias back then, where in Def Squad we could see people who are like only 15 years old and are just debating at really, really great levels. And then we also have this year's team alternate. We have Andrea, who's actually just 16 this year, but she's already within the main team. So we always look forward to having really, really strong speakers who have the potential of bringing Malaysia towards the highest level of international debating. And finally, we also look at diversity, where all else is equal, where, we have to come to a decision whether or not these 2 people and these 2 speakers who are equally performing within selections. We also still value gender, racial, and regional diversity. We want to make sure that Team Malaysia is inclusive. Team Malaysia composes of members from all over Malaysia. Like, I'm actually from Penang. We also have, Andrea again from Sarawak. We have Wayne and Bernice from Penang. So we are no longer just a Klang Valley team. We are a Malaysian team, which is a really, really strong thing that we also have to value within as well. So if you come from a background where you are probably not exposed to debating within Selangor or Kuala Lumpur, don't worry. As long as you have the potential and you have the merit, we will consider that. We will consider your regional or your gender or your racial background into consideration. Okay. Conflict of interest rules applies. I know a lot of people might go around saying that, it's really unfair if you have some people who are coaches are able to advocate or eliminate certain speakers within the selection process. But just a clarification that any close personal relationship between a selector and a candidate, such as a coach, student, former teammates, family ties, close friends, will remove their ability to advocate for a candidate's inclusion into the team. They may not adjudicate them in the prelims, where scores may affect if they break. In the break rounds, we'll have a panel and they must be silent regarding the candidate that they are conflicted with. So that means if you cannot the selector cannot involve themselves into whether or not you get into the team. So rest assured, even if someone is a former Team Malaysia member and you have someone who probably is an alternate or a Def Squad member that is in the same team and you're worried that we would advocate for them, we'll just let you know that we are remaining neutral when it comes to these things. So we just want to make sure that, this is impartial and this is the fairest selection process that we can give to all of you. So yeah, all right. So how many people are selected? I know this is a really big question. You want to count your chances, your probability, doing some math. But basically, we are selecting 2 large squads. We have the Challenger squad, which is the main squad, as well as the Future squad, which is the development squad. So for the Challenger squad this year, we'll actually be selecting an A team and a B team. For A team, we'll have 5 members. And B team will have 5 or less. So the A team will be the primary national team, but the B team may challenge the A team during the season, and reselections will result in a shuffle of team compositions. So even if you do get into the B team in the end, you shouldn't beat yourself down. That there's still a chance for you to beat someone from the A team and then replace their slot for this year. But basically, yeah, we are expanding the number of people who are eligible for the Challenger squad because we want to make sure that everybody has a fair chance at it. Future squad, the future squad is really important. For 2023's team, we actually have half of 2021's development squad coming back and then being part of the Challenger squad. So being part of the future squad is a really, really large step into making sure that you get into future Team Malaysias. We're selecting a group of young and high potential debaters, 9 to 13 members, aged 16 and below, to receive free training and competitive opportunities for a year. A debater may only be eligible to join the future squad only once. By competitive opportunities and free training, we do mean that we have development squad coaches, like a hint of it, I'm coming back to coach. Yeah. We also have competitive opportunities where you may also join competitions same as the Challenger squad as well. You're able to compete against other national teams or other national development squads as well to improve yourself and expose yourself onto the international stage. All right. Okay. The timeline of how this works. So selections are in late October. So weekly trainings will start November onwards. We have 1 to 3 trainings per week. For Challenger squad, that would apply to you a bit more for 1 to 3 weeks. For development squad, it will also depend. Normally, we do have like weekly trainings all the time. We can also add a bit more. We also have monthly competitions November onwards. We want to make sure that in every month you're able to participate in a competition to expose yourself to competitive debating. If this month we don't have a tournament that you can probably go to, we can also just fill it in with 2 tournaments in the next month, etc., just to make sure that you get enough opportunities fairly. Intensives start June onwards, and that's when we have daily training sessions for the Challenger squad. We want to make sure that everybody within the 5 or within the B team as well, to make sure that these are people who are prepared to represent Malaysia in WSDC 2024, which will happen mid to late July in Serbia. So the Challenger squad will disband after WSDC, which is 26th of July, 27th. If you follow Team Malaysia's social media accounts, we disband after the captain writes their farewell message. So we're expecting our captain this year to write it on time. The future squad disbands before the next cycle of selections. So it means that you have until you still have training with the development and future squad coaches until selection for Team 2025 happens again. So we want to make sure that your opportunities of being part of the Challenger squad next year is maximized. All right. Okay, so what do you receive as a Team Malaysia member? Here are a few things that you do have. We have free trainings. There are absolutely no cost to training as well. You may request for additional sessions at your coach's goodwill. So you can always reach out to our coaches, whether or not they be Challenger squad or development squad coaches, which team you are in. You can always ask them for more training. Personally, as a development squad member, the dev squad has really helped me a lot into making sure that I was a better speaker as well. They're just really, really great coaches as well. We have a group of people excited to coach you. We also have free competitions. All tournaments where you compete as Team Malaysia is paid for, and expectation of 1 competition per month. That means you don't have to pay those registration fees anymore to compete at all of those big tournaments that you see right now online, as well as some in-person ones. We always have them. We also have free access to all MWS events and resources that will be freely accessible to all of our members, so you can have all of the books like First Principles Volume 1s, etc. Yeah, these are resources that you can always have. As well as resources, you can add access to high quality debate resources like lectures, fact sheets, books, and videos. You also have a really strong support network. Your coaches will be mentoring you for your entire competitive journey and personal growth. A shout out here to our Challenger squad coach, Mai, who retired this year, but has been always our support structure and a pillar of Team Malaysia. Yeah. And then finally, we also have curated training and support. Everything is curated to what team members actively need in order to improve. We don't follow a cookie cutter model in terms of like, oh, we want this person to be like everyone else. We're not a factory line. We want to make sure that all of your individual abilities are showcased to the greatest extent. So we'll curate it according to the team's needs and sometimes your needs as well as a Team Malaysia member. Okay, you're also joining a legacy. I think this is probably the most important thing. We're really happy to this. Team Malaysia is actually the top breaking team in 2018 and the second breaking team in 2022. We are 4 times quarterfinalists and 6 times octo finalists. And this year, we are world semi-finalists and the best ESL nation. So Malaysia is on top there with all of the other countries. We also have 21 top speaker awards across 11 years. So it's a really, really strong legacy that we do have as Team Malaysia already. We hope to continue this with all of you coming and joining us next year. Okay, finally, what is expected of a team member? Here are 4 things. Firstly, attendance. Any member who does not take training seriously will be removed. We expect commitment to the highest level as well. A debate can just be a hobby, but once you join the Challenger squad and once you join the Future squad, you are expected to act like a national athlete. So it means that you should be more ambitious and do more than what is required of you. So you always understand that you have other commitments outside of debating, but it's to ensure that because you are part of a national team right now, you need to put debating up a notch, or you just need to make sure that your commitment is increased from what you originally have from probably high school or as a hobby. We also want good conduct. As a representative of the team, you must not violate any code of conduct, equity guidelines, or engage in inappropriate behavior such as bullying. We do not condone this as well. Every Team Malaysia member should represent Team Malaysia in the best way possible and to make sure that they are a role model for future Team Malaysias as well. Finally, we expect you to give back. Always pay it forward to other members of the community, because we recognize that the resources and the access that we do have as Team Malaysia members, like the free training, competitions, etc., are all like us benefiting from a legacy of previous Team Malaysia members coming back to coach, supporting debate educations, and volunteer. Like all of our alums attended today to give you this sharing session because we value building a community surrounding Team Malaysia. So we expect every Team Malaysia member, whether you be current or former, to make sure that you pay it forward to the greatest extent. Okay. That is basically it. Oh, I should move it back. I'll pass it back to Mai. Thank you so much for having me today.
Thank you, Yang. That was excellent. We do have some questions in the chat. I'll address that, and then we'll enter into the Q&A section where we can basically exchange tips from former members who were successful in this part of the selections, but also all of our alums will be returning as selectors, as well as they're going to become the next generation of coaches for our future squad. So it would be very useful to get their input on what helped them throughout this process and what they're looking for when selecting the next generation of Team Malaysia. Okay, I'm going to answer the questions from the group. The first question was, let's say we don't get selected via the open tournament. I assume that means the open tryouts. Can we still get selected via our online application? Absolutely. So these are 2 separate processes. The online application is the mandatory one that everyone has to go through. So people who are successfully qualifying via that process do so independently. And then if they fail via the online application process, we will also consider the results of the open tryouts. So you could potentially qualify twice if you do well in both processes. However, more intuitively, it's going to make more sense that you are successful in the open tryouts and less successful in the online applications. For the online applications, it's very competitive. So it's purely based on your CV. So you need to have basically one of the best CVs in the entire Malaysian debating community. And we do have quite a deep pool of talent. We have many generations of former future squads that have yet to get into the main team. So they're not sitting idly by, they're all building up their CVs. So we do have a very tight competitive pool in terms of who qualifies to the final selections. So usually most people fail the online application process and then they qualify themselves via the open tryouts. The way that it's decided as well is that we qualify people via the online application first. So it could be the case that only 16 people move forward in the online application, and then the remainders to be selected via the open tryouts. But yes, you could fail the open tryouts and theoretically make it through because your CV is excellent. The second question is, if we get selected via the online application, do we still need to take the matter test, or is it a straight selection to the team? If you are successful in the online application, you will have to go through the final phase of selection, which is the final selections. That's when the matter test comes into play. So unfortunately, yes, everyone will have to go through the matter test in the final selections before you finally get selected into the team. Okay, I have a third question. Do all the applicants have to join the open tourney, or can we just submit the video application? The open tryouts is an optional process. So the only thing that's mandatory is the online application, where you do have to submit a video. Unless you were former members of Team Malaysia, one of the perks of becoming a member is that you are automatically fast-tracked to the final selections. So unless you're a former member, everyone will have to submit a video, and then we're going to select based off of that. For the open tryouts, we only recommend people who either feel like they just don't have the CV to be selected via the online application process, or perhaps maybe they're on the younger side, or they didn't have that many competitive opportunities, but they do have the potential. So the open tryouts would be the best way to kind of find the people who don't have the CV and they're fairly young, but they're good enough to get into the future squad. We recommend you do the open tryouts route. Okay, thanks very much for those questions. If anyone else has additional questions, please feel free to type it out in the chat. Alternatively, you could just unmute and ask the question. But again, this is a recorded session. Everyone who is competing will receive a copy of this recording. So if you don't want your voice to be recorded, then you can use the chat. But if you don't mind, we'd love to hear from you. I'm going to move to the Q&A and forum section with former alums who will now be part of the selector group and who will also return as coaches of the future squad. If I can have those alums turn on your cams and join me for this session where we can have a brief chat and discussion about Team Malaysia, World Schools, the selection process, and we share our tips and tricks about what worked and what did not work. That would be great. Can I see, who do we have? Yes, hi Young, hi Gail, hi Umar, Nuan. I thought I saw an Arjun. Okay, apparently not. Okay, so while we wait for questions to be incoming, and we fully recommend everyone to send in questions, great. We already have a couple within the chat. I will start with a few of our regular questions before I go through the questions that are submitted from the other participants. Okay, so everyone here has been to about 3 to 4 different cycles of selections. So I would say that you are veteran survivors of this process. Some of you have failed in this process before. Some of you have exclusively been successful in this process. Have you seen any common mistakes that you saw other people make, and then you would probably recommend that candidates avoid making these mistakes? Or you could speak from a personal perspective of you yourself making these mistakes and then potentially having the privilege of correcting them, or you never did and you just want to give a cautionary tale to not repeat your own mistakes. That would be great. If anyone wants to answer, feel free to unmute and we can start the chat.
Yo, I want to share a story. I think I have one. It's a cautionary tale. It's my personal experience, more of. So actually, I was selected to the 2022 teams for top 5. But then I got bumped down as an alternate during reselections. So the downside of that is that I didn't get to represent Team Malaysia for 2 years. But also, we have a running joke of the date of reselections being, a really funny date. But a cautionary tale for all of you is to make sure that, even after selections, that you prioritize debating and you remain committed to it regardless of what important events that you have. For me, it was my, exams for IGCSE. So always make sure that you're able to divide your time well and to make sure that you're able to do debating and anything other important aspects of your life nicely at the same time. So make sure that you prioritize everything equally, or put in effort when you need to.
Okay, excellent, Yang. Thanks for sharing. How about those of you who have been through the actual selections process? Would you recommend for people to avoid certain mistakes?
Oh, I think if there's one thing you should remember for the selections process is that you are trying out for WSDC and not just trying out for debate. So we talked about rhetoric and style and all that, but I think what helped me the most in my first tryout was that I was like attempting to emulate other WSDC speakers, because at that point I wasn't very experienced in WSDC. So I didn't have a lot of like skills I could employ myself, but just watching WSDC, knowing what WSDC wants, and knowing like, oh, it's not just debate, it's WSDC debate. Yeah.
Okay, great. Thanks, Nuan. Umar, you have had the experiences of both not making it through and making it through selections. Would you care to elaborate? Was there a difference in how you partaked in both selections?
Oh, I think the first one is just genuinely skill issue. Like some things you have to develop over time. And it's not only like the specific skills that you need in debating, but because selections, you don't get the stuff that you're most familiar and comfortable with, like prep tournaments. So usually when you might be in your preferred speaker position or your preferred teammates where you have roles like who is the person who is delivering the framing or giving the arguments, you don't have that anymore. So a good idea would be to try simulated environments. For example, last year we had an event called VFC pre-tryouts, where it simulated the format of the WSDC selections rather than just like a normal tournament where you're just in your comfort zone doing what you've always done. So try to get into the feel of what it is to be at a selections, especially you don't see very common selections formats. They are like individual based. Like obviously you're going to be working with your people who are put in your room, but you also have to realize that this is a very cutthroat time where everyone is out for themselves also. So you have to build up your individual skills to a way that lets you go through the selections. So there's many different ways to practice this, but you just have to be adaptable. Like what if you've always been first speaker, then suddenly you're put into third speaker, will you be able to adapt to that? So I think that's the main thing, just flexibility of the skills that you already have. Yeah.
Okay, that's an excellent answer. That kind of relates to one of the questions that we did receive, which is throughout selections, this is very weird dynamics where you have to partner with strangers. And while debate is a team sport, you're actually competing against your teammates. Do you guys have any advice in terms of best practices? Like how would you approach this specific dynamic of collaborating but also kind of not collaborating and knifing with your teammates? Did you guys had your own recommendations on how to deal with that?
So on my part, I think one of the things that I see a lot of people doing is they take this dynamic of having a really individual-ish elections to a very extreme level, and they kind of let it affect their really affect the way in which they're preparing during prep time. Some people straight up completely mute their opponents. Some people like not opponents, their teammates during prep. Some people just don't answer on Discord and reserve all the material to themselves. And while it is definitely a viable strategy for you guys to just be, one of those like really, I am my own island sort of speakers. Like I don't need any like partner sort of speakers. I think it is also important for all of us to remember that debate is a team sport, not because we wanted to, but because the collaborative aspect of a team prep and having more heads than one to come up with a case is also quite important to not just the overall development of the case, but also your own individual performance as the round progresses. Because you will find that there are thoughts that other people have had that you did not think about, and there are arguments that other people have that you did not think about. And while it will definitely be unwise for us to, just straight up give everything to our teammates if they are coming up earlier, and so that they can sort of snag all our material and we have nothing good left to give when we come up. We also want to take into account that there is a balance that we want to strike between how much am I able to contribute to prep to ensure that I at least get something from my teammates, while also being confident enough so that I can self-sustain, right? In my own individual performance. Just find a balance.
Okay, that's great, Gal. Does anyone else have any best practices that you follow when teaming up with others during selections? What kind of do you share everything? Do you mute yourself and every man for themselves?
I actually do better when I like talk to my teammates about it, kind of thing. It's I think you have some sense. So I think at some point of your debating career, you'll probably know who is debating against and with you in the same team as well. So these are people that you probably might be familiar with, that you've seen at previous tournaments. So sharing materials or sharing important parts of your case to them does give you that level of confidence that, oh, these people will probably defend the same material as you if they agree with it. So it allows you to run your case a bit more confidently as well. I think it's just that added security. So although I agree with what Umar says, that selections is a really cutthroat process and everyone is out for themselves, but also at the same time, just have some level of trust with the other people, and that should be really enough for you to go quite far in selections, in my opinion.
Oh, okay. Thanks, Yang. I'll pass it on to Umar. Do you have anything to add?
Yeah, I think when it comes to like the striking the balance, you just have to refine what is necessary for you to share. So for example, if it's like a policy motion, you just need to agree on the general direction about what's going to be implemented so there isn't confusion later on. Like you can bring in new material as a whip, but that may also cause like additional burdens for you. Like if you don't understand what your first speaker is running, then you have to focus on so many things at one time that it also makes you like less coherent. So agreeing on things at a general direction, what is the thing that you're proposing, are things that you can discuss because it's going to be good for you as well, rather than something you have to correct later on or fix these issues. But then when it comes to things like specific examples or like this in-depth analysis or a preemptive response that you may want to give later that you feel that actually it'll be valuable for you to keep, yeah, just keep those things. You don't have to say everything. Just focus on things that actually make your life easier later on. Like if you could clarify what you're doing, then you need to clarify later on during your speech. You only got 8 minutes, not forever. So yeah, just take the important things out of the way, let them do the work for you. And then when you come in, you're so like very easy. You need to do what you need to do, no need to do other things. Yeah.
Okay, excellent. Thanks, Umar. Oh, we might actually have an addition from our coaching team. Hi, Joshua.
Hi.
Josh is one of our coaches for the Future Squad this year, and he'll be joining the panel to coach our main team next year. So it's great to have Josh in. Feel free to add whenever you want. I'm answering one question from the group. The question reads, how do you differentiate yourself from other candidates? This is a great question, which I think also overlaps with one of the questions we had via email, which is, what is the most important criteria that selectors personally consider when selecting the team members? So obviously, broadly, we're looking for good debaters, but I think personally, there are certain things that maybe different selectors may value. So it'll be good if we can go around the room. So everyone here is going to be returning as a selector. So it'll be great to know what you personally value when you're watching some of these debates. And even though I'm retiring as coach, I will still be team manager. I will also be selecting. So I'll be happy to share what I typically look for when selecting national team members. Okay, who would like to start us off? Maybe no one would want to start us off this time. No one? Is that a no? Gelson, what do
I'm
you
thinking, I've never thought about this until you said it. Yeah.
You've never had to select before this. Okay. Let's go to Gel or maybe Josh in terms, because you've selected as well in prior processes. Are there specific traits that you look out for when looking for team?
Yeah, sure. So I think for me, and it was probably the same when I got selected as well, is someone that looks like they're like that one is passion and therefore the ability to try to improve over time. It's much easier to work with someone that looks like they are putting in a lot of work throughout the selections, rather than someone that might be slightly better but doesn't look as interested in the process. So just try your best, try to put as much as you can in it, and you'll get that amount of effort or result back out of it as well, I think.
Thank you, Josh. That's great. Yang Ming, Umar, Gelson.
So
Go on.
So as one of the debaters returning for selections next year, I think an underrated skill that you can have is making complicated things sound very simple. Like, doesn't mean that you use like mamak language lah, but in a debate, I think there's lots of things that could go in unnecessarily complicated directions where you were explaining what is the counterfactual, but then there's 5 reasons why you want to do it, but then like very difficult lah. So just like, I think one of the things you can just show like your added value doesn't always have to be like this groundbreaking new response or anything like that, but just clarifying what's already happened and making it easy to understand, especially in messy debates. Because if not, it's very easy for people to just feed into the messiness, and then it's not good for you lah, because you feel like, oh, actually you're doing something strategic. Actually, no, it's worse off for you. So always think about how you're being like perceived in the round, not just like purely what you're saying, but how it's going to be received by the other person also. Yeah.
Okay, that's great. Gelson.
Yeah. As another returning speaker for next year, I think one of the very important things that could probably help in differentiating is to know that there is no one trait that really, really distinguishes you as a better speaker or a better speaker for Team Malaysia. Like, we look for a very solid, rigid answer for a trait and everything. But I think ultimately speaking, it's not what exactly that trait is that will distinguish us, but how exactly we make it known. And so we sort of need to look into within the round, right? From the perspective of a selector, how exactly are we different from all the other speakers here? And you could do anything, right? It could be what Umar said about becoming a much clearer speaker, and maybe you're just letting other people know what exactly happens in that round in a very simple way. Maybe you are the guy that really matter dumps everything and sort of knows a whole bunch about the motion. There's so many different ways you could distinguish yourself, right? You need to figure out that part out. What I would probably focus on a lot more is actively comparing and trying to make it clear that this is the thing that differentiates. So what happened in the round previously, right? What did the previous speakers do? And here is what I'm going to add on to this round as my specific contribution. Or if I'm going as PM, what exactly does this debate demand? What is most important in this round? Here is why I'm going to deliver it very perfectly for you. And so just properly compare yourself with other speakers, and that should do the trick for distinguishing yourself.
Okay. Thanks, Gal. Young, did you want to add? Okay, no worries. Okay, I'll cover up since I've been selecting Team Malaysia since.
Oh, no, it's okay. I think London has that problem.
Nuan, you wanted to add?
It's kind of like the same thing I said earlier, but it's like, I think probably looking for someone who will be willing to attempt to improve and also attempt for WSDC specifically, because Mai will attest to this, but all of us will enter Team Malaysia, in fact, not good enough to be at WSDC, but the point is we improve over the years. So the attempts, I don't know, it could look just like trying to adopt or employ WSDC conventions, attempting a principal argument, even if it's not great, or like saying first prop, saying first op instead of what you're used to, just like trying, even if you mess up. But yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna do, but I will be selecting.
No, that's a great answer, Nuan. So broadly, there are things that we do tell the selectors to look out for. So I'll mention those broad things, and then I'll mention personally what differentiates certain candidates from others. Broadly, we do look for WSCC style, because manner therapy, while can be done, is a very laborious and time-consuming task. And sometimes we look out for a particular sound because we do have a lot of really, really smart debaters. But sometimes the manner in which we present things can be a handicap. And it takes such a long time to get that WSCC sound. So when people come having fully addressed that ability, it's usually a very big plus. And of course, broadly also, we look for people who are just great debaters, and obviously gives like the debate winning response, very clear argumentation, has strong sense of strategy. Like all of these things are very good assets to have. In terms of standing out from other candidates, you probably want to focus on things that most people don't have. So I said strategy earlier. Most people don't have any sense of strategic control of the debate, especially for younger debaters. We do tend to just like be passengers in the debate where you just go through the motions of arguing and rebutting. So usually when there is one person who takes control of the entire round, cleans up the clarity of the clashes, does, like Umar said, does the weighing, like Gelson says, cumulatively what you are is that you can read the debate, you understand who's winning the debate, you're clarifying it for the judge. And that sense of control is so incredibly valuable, and not very many candidates do that. So when you do present things that other candidates don't have, it is a very easy way to differentiate yourselves from other speakers. Sometimes we look for people who are basically perfect for their role. Like some people are just perfect first speakers. Some people are perfect whips. And then when you do your role so very well, it stands out for selectors. And sometimes when we're forming the teams, we look at that. Like, is this team somewhat balanced in terms of their strengths and weaknesses? You want someone, and in discussions, we do that where we say, I think this person is so smart, they can prep for the whole team. I think this person is such a good whip, they can close it well for the team and control the clashes. And then we don't want a team that has too many first speakers. We don't want a team that has too many third speakers. So whenever you stand out in the speaker role you've been assigned, that is also like a very easy win in our books. So we need to figure out ways when preparing for selections to really adapt ourselves according to the roles that have been assigned to us. So when you're first, focus on doing first things very well. When you're third, focus on doing third things very well. If you can control the debate very well at second, that is also a great asset. So those things would be very useful. I have been lagging for the past half a minute. Well, crap. Okay. Does anyone miss anything? Hopefully the recording was fine. Okay. If anyone has any follow-up questions or would like me to re-clarify anything I just said, please use the chat box. Okay, I'm gonna move on to the next question. This is pertaining to the experience of being in Team Malaysia. Half of you have been in both the dev squad and the main squad, so I think your input would be very valuable. What are the expectations for national team members in terms of what level of commitment and dedication are we looking at when it comes to being part of the team? So if you would like to share that and how you've been able to achieve some kind of work-life balance, that would be great. Who would like to start? How about we start with Young this time?
Oh, sure. Expectations. So I think I'll leave the Challenger squad for people who have stayed quite long in the Challenger squad. I'll do the Future squad a bit. So I do think that there is some belief that because you're just in the Future squad, like it's just comparatively easier, it's just like take it a chill a bit, you don't have to do a lot of commitments, all that. I think that shouldn't be the mindset if you do get selected into it. I think a lot of times we have seen ex-Future squad members, although they have excelled in some way, they aren't able to break that barrier and then make it to the main team. I think it is just testament to show how competitive the atmosphere is, even if you are part of a pool that is meant to develop. So it's to always make sure that as a member of the development squad is to like attend training, because the number of trainings that you have would comparatively be lesser than the Challenger squad. So it's to make sure that you grasp every opportunity to join training, get feedback from your dev squad coaches, make sure that you are active in all of these things, do any homework that they ask you to do. We actually used to have homework back in the day, I remember. And then just always put yourself to the standard that you want to be, which is if your end goal is a Challenger squad member, don't constrain yourself to being a Future squad member. Do that extra mile, like probably prep that extra case, read that extra news, prep that extra fact sheet. All these things do help you into making sure that you are able to propel yourself to the higher level. So yeah, I guess the kind of expectation is although lower than the Challenger squad, I do think that it's beneficial for you to set that expectation and set that standard higher for yourself if you do have the ability to do so, and that's your end goal. Yeah.
Okay, would anyone else like to share? Gelson, Umar, Nuan, in terms of, or Josh was also an alum of Team Malaysia 2018, would like to share on the amount of commitment this takes?
I mean, it probably changed a lot since I did, but I think the way it got explained to me was the amount of commitment you put in is probably equivalent to if you were training for like a national sport, or like you obviously have like your sessions during the weekend, whether it's Saturday and Sunday, but for us as well, we probably did things like call during the week to matter prep, do fact sheets, do a lot of things, but also understanding like we all have lives, school, extracurriculars, whatever that is. So it is very manageable if you are very organized. So taking that step forward, speaking to your relevant coaches to try to maybe plan what sort of timeline you can work towards. So in the dev squad, a few people messaged us and said, okay, I have X, Y, Z. I really want to improve as well. Could you maybe help try to create some sort of plan? And so having that mindset as well really helps make sure that you don't miss out school or other things in life while prepping for WSDC.
Excellent. Does anyone want to add, or shall I go to the next question? No one wants to delve into the amount of commitment. Okay. Once you're in the team, it is an almost daily thing, especially once we enter into intensives. But it doesn't mean that there's no give. It's kind of give and take. If you have other strong academic commitments, we can make exceptions. But I always say you just have to make up for it. So if you have a big exam or if you have this big other thing, whatever time you lost to you doing that other thing, come back, give it twice as much. So we can have those leeways. But the whole point is that we're here because we want to do well, and hard work doesn't betray you. The amount of hours you put in, you're going to get back in terms of results, improvement, and growth. So we are going to have to prioritize the team. And if you don't, just think of how many people will want to be in your spot. It's not going to be, it's going to be fun in other ways, but it's also not going to be very pleasant going through a very rigorous regime of exercises, but a lot of people would kill to be in your spot. And if we're not giving it our all, then we should be making way for other people who would make full use of that opportunity. Okay, I'm going to go to the next question. We mentioned in the lecture that we need to find good mental exercises or good coping mechanisms to deal with our fear and intimidation during the whole process, during selections and in competitions. Does anyone have any specific tips or tricks that help them to deal with their amount of fear and nerves during the process?
Okay, I have two coping mechanisms that I usually use whenever am going up in like selections, for example, something that's important. The first one is to disassociate. And like this one is just like to sort of like just sort of blur everything out, whatever thoughts that I have about like, you know, failing or whatever is the case, don't care. I'm just here to give speeches and to do the best that I possibly can. And I think that this is it's like something that I would recommend you to do a lot more, which is just a matter of the mindset thing that I discussed earlier, right? Which is for us to really remember why exactly we're here to begin with. Team Malaysia selections is extremely important. Our spot in Team Malaysia is also extremely important. But I think what everyone is going to realize is that while not everyone is going to get a spot in Team Malaysia, everyone is going to know where exactly they stand in the Malaysian circuit. And everyone's going to get a learning experience out of this, and everyone's going to have a chance to debate one of the most competitive selections in the entire circuit to begin with. And so being able to focus on other things that can distract you from things like, I don't know, failure or giving a bad speech is number one. Just kind of like disassociate yourself or something from that fear. The second thing that I like to do, and maybe this is something that's like you gotta experiment a little bit more, you gotta find your thing, you know. What I like to do is I actually have this speaker right here that connects to my laptop through Bluetooth. And so what I really like to do is just turn off all the lights and like set up some colored lights or something like that, and then like blast some really, really loud music. And that's my way of stress relief. Find your own thing.
Nice. Now that explains the weird colors in your bedroom right before a round starts. Okay, anyone else would like to add on what has worked for you in dealing with the fear and nerves? Nuan, Yang, Umar? Nothing. Or you're just
Oh,
highly...
none had to leave, so I'll add on. I'll add on. Oh, okay. Some tips that I do have is that during selections, just don't read into things too much. Since we mentioned that selections is power match, you might look at it and say, oh, wait, why am I in the same room as this person? Why am I not in that room with the other person? Just sometimes just take it chill, you know, take a chill pill, like relax chill lah. Like if you did enough preparation before selections, just don't read into it too much. During selections, you can do what you do. Like your quality is already there. You won't flop a lot more than you do. For pre-selections, as I think I've said before, it's just that make sure that you read a lot of things. Like the method test, although people say that it's just 20%, please make sure that you score that 20%. A lot of people don't really score well in their method test, and then it does hurt a bit. So always make sure that you're aware. I think apart from the mentality thing that Gelson mentions, it's just really important to also just make sure that you have like a training regime for you. If you have coaches, if you have academies, or if you have your own school, take advantage of that. just make sure that before selections you ask your coaches right now to have some intensive program for you to attend training 1 or 2 times a week more, so you can just polish yourself up for selections. Is getting yourself ready for that selections atmosphere so you don't get nervous, but also at the same time you can catch up a lot of things in a short amount of time. 1 or 2 weeks is more than enough for you to improve yourself in some way or another. If you're starting right now, that's even better because we have like a month extra. So yeah, always take that opportunity. Just put in more effort to make yourself better before that, and just chill during selections. Don't you worry about it.
Okay, thanks, Yang. Would anyone else like to add? I usually have my routine, and I think your routines can give you a lot of comfort. So I usually just focus on more pragmatic things that I can do in that moment. So I sometimes analyze my opponents and go like, oh, this person, I'm gonna have to do X, Y, Z to counter them. And then I go, okay, now I have to listen, or I have my templates. So these things give me a lot of comfort whenever you're being overwhelmed in that moment. And then I agree with some of what these guys are saying, which is that you need to figure out what works for you, because what we offer today may not specifically work for you on what gives you comfort. I personally like to give myself pep talks, and I give my teammates pep talks. And I also talk down my opponents, nothing personal. It's part of the process. So I think about, no, they're not good here. They're not good here. And I'm good here. I'm going to do all of this. So it gets your headspace and the right mentality, like game on, it's about to start. And you see this happening a lot with athletes right before the game. You got to give yourself that morale boost. So usually that puts me in the right mindset to approach everything. You can't go in like gulping and shivering. You have to do something to put your head in the right headspace. So you got to figure out what puts you in that headspace and then continue to develop that routine so that you can handle whatever comes next. Okay. We don't have much time left. I'm gonna go to our final questions. And I'll try to combine this into 2 things, because one question is, are there specific debate topics that we commonly focus on during the selections? I'm gonna combine this with a broader question, which is like, personally, what has been your preparation process leading up to selections? Obviously, this is not without any preparation. We do release topics on current issues that you guys will have to read up on leading up to the final selections. So it'll be good for everyone to share what has helped them leading up to that selections. What did you do? And obviously, since it did work, perhaps you could share these tips with other aspiring candidates.
So there's a very distinct story that I remember from a matter test this year. So this is just the one quick tip that I have, and it's to always ensure that your internet is working, because I vaguely remember, and I don't fully remember, but I think that during the matter test, what had happened to me was that I ended up having to submit the matter test like in the last 5 minutes of it happening, because very long, like into the matter test prep time, I, like disconnected, and so lost the answers. So one tip that I would have for you is to ensure that before selections, prep your internet, make sure that the internet's working. But also in a more like serious answer, in terms of what like the actual preparation routine I had was, it's just like, I think to begin with, you can't really predict the specific the specific like issues or global affairs are going to be discussed in selections. But one thing that you can do is sort of try to have a much broader understanding of what is currently going on. Have that surface for now, right? So do your daily readings, read your daily newspapers, but I would focus a lot more in terms of like our ability to also perform well in a high pressure round. And so this looks like sparring a lot. This looks like practicing giving drills. That was basically like the routine that I had, right? It was just like to do some broad readings, and try a different type of motion in a bunch of different spars, like a lot leading up to selections.
Okay, thank you, Gal. Would anyone else like to add? Yes.
Oh, okay. before selections, last year, what happened was, like in the week lead up to selections, me, Gelson, Andrea, we had a lot of like online spa. So if you can, it'll be fun lah. That could have helped. There could be other reasons, but I think it would help because to select your, because everyone has a round one curse. They're like, yeah, so bad lah. I did like, yeah, don't worry. So you waste your round one curse on the spa on Friday night. So Saturday morning, you'll be okay already, and no more curse, right? Already de-rusted. In terms of topics, I'll give you a few topics. So first, you should read up on Azerbaijan, because there's conflict going on there. Second, you read up on F1 because there's too many people that are obsessed with F1, and someone's gonna say F1 motion. It's not gonna be in selections lah, but it helps you understand things about the world and like sports. The third thing you should read up on is the Belt and Road Initiative because it will help you make arguments for lots of economic motions. In terms of your mentality, how to prepare, let's think about it like this. You don't get in, okay lor, like your life is still the same. But if you do get in, then your life will be transformed forever. That's what happened to me. So your life won't be worse off because it's either you get in or you don't get in, right? If you don't get in, you can live your current life, you can find other things to do, you can train even harder. Next year, you have your revenge arc. But if you get in, think about how good it will be for you. So you just use it as motivation. But if it doesn't work, then you also look at it on the other side of things. Yeah, so don't worry, guys. I'm sure all of you have very good experience with selection.
Thank you, Umar, for that final life-changing insight. I would just like to preface that none of the topics that Umar mentioned are like hot topics that will be part of the selections. This is just his own personal insight. We do not endorse his recommendations. Okay, does Yang or Josh want to add on? You're good.
The only thing I'll say that helped me was if you have a friend that is doing it along, having that person sort of motivate each other. So I was quite close to Hans before we did selections, and the fact that we were able to talk and sort of boost each other along, and if things were down during the month before, we would sort of pick each other up. That was really good because life happens the month before selections, things might happen and you might not feel in the right headspace, but having someone that can support you before, I think really helped me, and hopefully it helped him as well.
Okay, that's excellent advice. Yes, please find your people and create a support system. I like Umar's suggestion as well. They were specifically sparring and prepping for selections. I think that's something that you have to do. So it's not just reading up on topics. We have to be at the top of our game. The same way you're prepping for a majors. If you're at school, the Team Malaysia selection is the majors. So make sure if we want to get in, we're putting in the time and effort that's commensurate with the final outcome that you want. Okay, thanks so much, our alums and coaches, for joining us for this brief Q&A and tips. This is a recorded session, so everyone else will also be receiving a copy of this. So thank you for your contributions. Thank you for everyone who did attend the live session for the seminar. We appreciate your presence and your questions. Best of luck for the application process. We shall be seeing you sometime soon in either the tryouts or, if you're lucky enough, in the final selections. Thanks, everyone.